Good to go. Everybody?
Yes, I'm good.
Very good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting this morning. It's Tuesday, August the 15th already. Wow, 2023. It is 9 a.m. and we are in the community wing of City Hall. So if I could ask you all to please rise and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you are welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. Thank you all. If I could ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri. Present. All members are present.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the public participation item on our agenda. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the communications marketing director sitting in the rear of the room with their hand raised. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor. Be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. With that, I would ask, are there any members of the public that would like to come forward and address City Council? Everyone will get a turn.
Robin McDonald, Palm Coast. At last week's workshop meeting, we had multiple residents who had concerns, questions, and could not ask what council could ask questions when the representative was giving his presentation about the repairs of the canals and the swells and the waters and all of that. And the residents were very upset because we couldn't ask questions, but yet the council could. And I just think that since this is a public meeting, and since we do have every director that works for the city sitting behind us, if a resident has a particular concern or a question, they should be able to get an answer. And I just think that that policy has to be changed, because I had multiple questions to ask him, and he's not here today, so how am I going to ask the questions? I can't ask the city the question because the city's not going to know. I raised a question about when the bridge on Belterre is going to be finished. And if you remember, a couple of months ago, we asked the same question to the same person, and he told us that they were $1 million in the hole. But yet, we still are no further getting that bridge finished, and now schools are open, and that representative, we couldn't ask him any questions last week. So you're kind of hog-tying our hands behind our back, because we should have the right to ask a question, because this is a public meeting. Now, I don't care whether you call it a workshop, you call it a budget meeting, you call it whatever you want to call it. I don't care. But we, the residents, feel that we're being, you know, like second-class citizens. And I just think it's wrong. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your question, and because there's a procedural question, I'm going to ask counsel to explain the workshop versus business meeting, if you would.
Right, so during workshop meetings, there's two opportunities for public comment. In the beginning of the agenda, at the end, and at the end of the agenda. So the city council doesn't accept public comment during the workshop portion as items are presented. They do that at regular city council meetings, but there's absolutely a method for public comment at workshops. So if you want to comment on an item at a workshop, then look at the agenda for the workshop, and during this, like during this time, during the regular meeting, during the first public comment period, you can come up and make your comments, ask any questions that you may have, and then when the presentation's given by staff, they may be able to answer them, or in the alternative, they may get with you after the meeting, one of the two, or can call you back later. But there is public comment allowed at workshops. It's just not per item. It's at the beginning of the agenda and at the end of the agenda.
So just help me out with this. Is there a procedural reason why we do not allow public comment after agenda items during a workshop?
Right, so workshops are typically just to, you know, the city council doesn't take any action on workshop items. It's basically a time for the city council to learn about agenda items, ask questions, and then when it comes back to a city council meeting, because typically things that are presented in a workshop come back to a city council meeting to vote unless there isn't further board direction given. When it comes back to the city council for a vote, obviously, public comment can be taken at the time the agenda item's considered on the agenda. But during a workshop, the main goal is to just inform the city council, inform the public, move through the items in a little quicker fashion, so that when it comes back to city council, you're well informed of what's going to happen.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor it, but to city manager, and if I have the consensus of city council, we have an upcoming agenda item which will be regarding policies, procedure, ethics, and that kind of discussion. Would you all be willing to discuss having or not having public comment at workshops in the future? And the one point I hear is that you have experts available at that time. However, the information is, I don't want to say half-baked, but is just in its early presentation form. So it could change dramatically before it gets to a business meeting vote. So if there's consensus amongst city council, would you consider discussing that? I'm not suggesting we do it or we don't do it, but I want to know, would you be willing to discuss it?
I absolutely would be willing to discuss it. The one thing I would remind our audience, though, is that our last workshop did go until 4:15 p.m., so there is some type of priority set on also making sure that we can fit this all inside of a single day, but I would absolutely be willing to discuss that.
And Councilperson Hyde, you'd consider it?
Yes, I would.
Will you consider it for discussion? And Vice Mayor?
Yeah, fine.
So we have a consensus. If you would put that on the agenda when those other relevant items come together, I think it would be worth. Normally, I won't interrupt public comment because it's not fair to the speakers, but since it's a procedural item, I thought it was important. So I would invite the next speaker to please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Ken McDowell. I live in the C-section, and I'm here to express my disgust and just total disgust with what you guys are doing. I've done in the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, I stood up here and demanded a forensic audit be considered, and then last week, in your little meeting, you come in and say, well, maybe we are not going to do that. You walk it back. It was 5-0 2 weeks ago. Last week, it was 3-2 to shut it down. Now, that tells me that there may be something to hide here, folks. Who is trying to hide something? Go ahead and smile, but you're the one that started it. So,
Please, direct your
I
comments. to the
understand,
mayor.
I get it, okay, but don't do that to me. So, again, I'm up here demanding this city approve a forensic audit from bottom to top and put some sunshine on this government, this city government, and it's not just about the city council. This city government has never had a forensic audit performed. Someone told me just a little while ago that, oh, it could cost up to $1 million. You guys, $1 million, that's nothing. You got enterprise fund that funds a whole lot of stuff, and it's 30% funded over cost. So that's just play around piggyback, or cashback money, or whatever you want to call it, piggy bank. All right? So, if nothing's to hide, let's move forward on this. And I'm asking everyone in this room and everyone in this city that pays taxes to support this forensic audit and demand it, because it is needed. It is needed. There's too much that has happened within the bowels of this city government that has caused suspicion over the years. You know, and as I reiterated 2 weeks ago, from contracting to rezonings, there's a whole slew. And by the time decisions get to your desk and our city manager's desk, a whole lot of decisions have been made that you guys don't even know about because of these small intercultures that have been formed within the city government over time. It needs to have sunshine and bleach on it, and I demand, and I hope the citizenry behind me that are paying taxes to demand the same thing. How dare you approve something and then walk it back the very next week? What do you got to hide? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Patricia Pasternak, Palm Coast. My concern is the speed on Ryan Drive. We have blind curves. There are times where we could hazard a guess saying that people are going 45 or 50 miles an hour down our road. We even had the sheriff's department have to come out one time when there was an actual racer right in front of our house. So my question is, would the city see the need for putting in speed bumps on Ryan Drive? We have some other people here that live in the same neighborhood, and her concern is the same. In fact, the one curve is known as Dead Man's Curve because the speed is phenomenal. I don't know what else I can say. I think it's in dire need of. We have no sidewalks. There are multiple people walking their dogs, riding their bikes, walking their kids. And I just feel it's too dangerous not to slow the traffic down. I haven't used up my 3 minutes, but I think I've said all I need to say.
Thank you for your comment. And when we get to the end of public comment, I'll ask the sheriff's liaison to make comment on yours, okay?
Thank you very much.
The next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jan Manila. I live here in Palm Coast. And I wanted to just bring up the impact of traffic on Seminole Woods with the development of Seminole Trails and now the potential development of Cascades. I was reading that a traffic study had been done with Cascades that mentioned 4,133 trips per day, but that was based on a 400 and something single-family homes, and now it's been revamped, I guess the application, to over 800 residential units. So if you look at that, coupled with what's going on to the north of Grand Landings in the Seminole Trails development, I think we're going to have a lot of congestion on Seminole Woods Boulevard, especially where it goes into a 2-lane road, just right at Grand Landings or just south of Grand Landings. So I would hope the city would consider making Seminole Woods Boulevard a 4-lane all the way to US 1 to accommodate this traffic. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of backups. Thank you.
I thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Robert Meyer from Grand Landings. I'm here to basically recognize a couple of the employees that have helped me with an assignment that I received from my HOA at Grand Landings. I had challenged the board as to why our HOA was paying over $20,000 a year in stormwater costs, when at the same time, all of our residents total, which is about 480 some homes, is already paying roughly $100,000 a year in stormwater costs. Well, I figured, well, I don't know a hell of a lot about it, but they gave me the assignment to go dig into it. So that's what happens when you open your big mouth, I guess, sometimes. But I did have a fairly pleasant experience, because I contacted some of the people here at the city that are involved with stormwater, and I will have to admit that their service in helping me understand what an ERU was and how it's calculated and all of the stuff that I really wanted to know before I start investigating further. And the two people that, and I feel it's worthy to mention their name, was Andrea Mudrick and Carmelo Morales. They were both extremely helpful, provided me with documents and everything I needed to dig into this particular problem. Now, the concern I have, if you're not familiar with Grand Landings, if you've been there, it's a community that will eventually end up with about just under 900 homes. We've got just under 500 currently. And the community is designed, there's, every place you look, there's lakes and ponds and numerous things that are there to collect water. And we spend quite a bit of money actually maintaining these lakes and ponds. And as I looked at this, I said, well, why are we paying so much for storm water when we're not really dumping any water into the stormwater system? Most everything, we have what they call dry ponds also, which collect the water and get rid of it without dumping it into the city system. So that's that's what I'm embarking on now, so you'll probably see me again in the future under different circumstances probably. Thank you for your time.
I thank you for your comment, and please make sure that our staff in the back of the room has your contact information, sir. Please make sure that the staff has your contact information so that we can follow up. Perfect, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. Nice to see you all. Came to talk to you about a few things that I see that are going to come up as election issues, you know, when we come into the '24 election. One of which Mr. McDowell just spoke of, and I think that's a really good thing. I think if you're apprehensive about having that kind of audit, you know, voters might want to look a little bit differently, and for somebody else to represent us if you don't want to do that. So with that being said, I wanted to talk about two other issues, and they primarily relate to zoning. One is there's a lot of static noise going on about the airport right now. The county won't do something about the airport, but of course you guys surround the county with your city. So what I'm saying is that you should put out the word to your planning department to pay attention to what's being zoned down around the airport, because there is other open land down there, and there are regulations that are in place that may affect, you know, how you want to zone things, so you don't end up in a situation down there that you've got something built and you're sorry that you built it. So the last point I wanted to bring up about is water. Water is gold in the state of Florida. We all know that. And so I look at the expansion you're trying to do on the west side of one, and that's fine. But the question is, and knowing what's going on in past years, our wells are over there. Our wellheads are over there. And having developed water companies and run them, okay, I can tell you that that land has to be protected. And so, again, I caution you to make sure that what you're doing is all the wellheads that we paid $750,000 when the former city manager screwed up on the contract, okay, and didn't get the power company to power them, and we ended up having to pay for it, that all those wells are taken care of, okay, and protected so that you can at least ensure that the water that you have now is going to be there for, you know, the many years to come that we're going to need it. And obviously, we're going to need a lot more water, so that might be interesting to see what to direct all of you to look at the calculations to see how we're actually going to get that gallonage, and if we're not going to get it, are we developing in the proper manner? Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Are there any additional speakers that would like to address City Council at this time?
Good morning. My name is Clemente Tullio. I have a property on 42 Seattle Drive, and I got this notice of a nuisance abatement for $300. And it seems like you're going to keep repeating this fine to me every year. And my question is, we have fire mitigation done on some lots that I've had in this area. I've had no problems. We've taken care of it. And I got charged $300, and I'm wondering, how did they come up with $300? Because the fire mitigations I've done, cleaning out the sides of those lots, it's half that cost. The other thing I was looking into was that this person's fence is at least 2.5 feet onto my property line. That we had I paid the fine, I went ahead and paid it, but I want to be taken off this list. I can show you, you know, you said you mailed it to 4 Ballard Drive where I used to rent. I'm sorry. I'm retired, I travel, so a lot of times I don't get the mails. So the email is the best way to get a hold of me. And I can show emails with the city that they've had my email address since 2020. And I ended up having to pay this fine because they said they couldn't get a hold of me. And this was done last year or something. But anyways, my main thing is I want to be taken off the list. And I'm wondering, is it my responsibility to maintain and clean someone's fence? When he put up the fence, he paid for the fence, even though it's 2.5 feet on my property line. So my question now also is, what can I have him do to move that fence off my property? Because what I've heard, I gotta get a surveyor, I understand this, I'm a builder, get a surveyor, mark and show that he's on my property. But now will the city or the building department make him and enforce him as a nuisance to take that fence off my property? Or now do I have to go hire a lawyer and take him to court? And this is my question. And at the end of it, though, I would like to be taken off this nuisance abatement, please.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, sir. If you could leave whatever information you have with the clerk so that
Okay.
city staff can follow up with you. Thank you.
Okay, will do. Thank you very much.
Are there any additional speakers that would like to address City Council at this time?
Good morning, Mayor Alphen, members of the Town Council, all citizens of Palm Coast. I am Anna Sadachi, resident Palm Coast since October 2021. I am here to support the Town Council's agreement to a city forensic audit. Such audit was requested on behalf of a Palm Coast resident who's here today, and the Town Council unanimously agreed. As denoted, no such audit of this sort has ever been conducted. This Palm Coast resident represented the voices of so many of us, acknowledging that amongst many activities in Palm Coast, the aggressive real estate development, most especially on the west side, might be conflicting with the original promises made to the residents of Palm Coast. Many decisions resulting from the Palm Coast Town Council seem to go against the public's wishes, resulting in a general public bewilderment and mistrust. So as this resident acknowledged, a forensic audit will ensure the citizens of Palm Coast that the Town Council is truly representing its people, that our city government is of the people, by the people, for the people. I'll add this footnote. I heard on the radio a few days ago some dissension to this audit, commenting that if there's no smoke, Why are we worried? Why are we conducting this audit? Let me be the first to say that the beginning signs of a fire don't necessarily start with smoke. As an electrical engineer with General Motors, I often had thermal imaging done of electrical lines in our body shop welding facilities as a preventative maintenance practice to ensure we didn't have potential fires yet to occur. We were looking for abnormal thermal heat zones, hotspots, that were inherently in our power conduit lines, long before the fire would result. Smoke was not present, yet preventatively, I had sections of electrical service replaced to prevent fires. I will be honest in stating that when I moved here 2 years ago, I found the city quite beautiful, quite manicured as compared to my short-term residence in St. Augustine. I loved everything I saw, visible by its surface. Definitely enchanted by the 2011 Town Center development plans, describing a city center that would include shops, entertainment, office, residential, even including a trolley system. It was going to be the central destination for Palm Coast. I have yet to see that completed. Unfortunately, negatives also came my way. Last year, my property tax jumped from $2,100 to $5,300. Like many, I was caught off guard by the Save Our Home cap on tax assessments. I've had to swallow that pill. It's done. I'll just finish by saying the forensic audit will simply put us all, the Palm Coast citizens, its representative government, on a level playing field. Such audit will discover if we have a stellar operating government, a mismanagement of government that needs adjustment, or a possible, hopefully not, corruption, not readily visible to the citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional speakers that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close the public portion of public comment and come back to City Council. City Council, does anyone want to address any of these comments specifically today or yield to staff to follow up? City Manager.
I want to address
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
forensic audit.
Please.
2 weeks ago, we made a commitment to Mr. McDowell and to the citizens of Palm Coast that we would at least get an expert, maybe a couple of experts, get some prices, get some knowledge about what a forensic audit is. I believe we have to keep that part of the commitment. No one's saying do it right now, because we don't know what it's going to cost, and we don't know what it involves. I have no idea what it involves. But we did come to a consensus. It was an attempt to walk it back last week. I think we need to keep our word, move forward, bring in some experts, not our own accounting firm. They're not experts on forensic audits. Staff needs to find a couple of companies that do this, 2 or 3, whatever, and bring them forward so we can ask the detailed questions we need to ask, and we can ask how much does it cost, because cost is a factor. I don't believe we have anything to hide. But what I believe is not important. It's what the public believes that matters. And in this day and age, when there is zero trust in government at every level, from both sides of the aisle, it just behooves us to move forward and keep our pledge. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, just a follow-up to your comment. I've not done the research or homework, but am wanting to know more about what the definition of a forensic audit is. The question I have, and I spoke to a member of the public this morning and offered to sit down and discuss the possibility of a forensic audit. And the reason I did that was it is my understanding that there would need to be some series or some list of questions of concern that would begin to form the scope of a forensic audit. So my question is, should we reach out to the public for these questions? In other words, a forensic audit without additional detail doesn't really have a definition or any meaning. And I'm certainly by no means a lawyer, so I'll defer to counsel now. The question I'm asking is, would everybody be in agreement to ask the public to ask specific questions, which then might form the the scope of the audit.
That's not what we committed to 2 weeks ago. We committed to getting an understanding, getting a
getting a
price.
cost, so
The public
that's-
has already expressed
Right, so my point is.
their distrust,
But my
to be
point is,
honest.
in order to get a cost, you're going to have to define what the audit is first.
Well, I
So
think,
you've asked a question that's not answerable yet.
no. I think in order to get a cost, we have to have experts who do this come here and say, here's what we would look at, here's what we would search for, here's what's involved.
All right, so-
Asking the public to come up with their questions as to why, I think just.
Well, they're asking-
It's just a way of slow walking
Well,
it and
well, no,
avoiding it.
not at all, so I'm going to defer to council now. So am I off base by trying to define a scope in advance of asking for a price?
So, I
The
looked,
definition first is what you said. We want to get a definition of what a forensic audit
Right,
is.
right.
So then we ask for a price. But first, it's like you come in and they say, all right, here's what we would do with a forensic audit. Here's where we would look. I have no idea.
So let's ask council what,
Well, it's not up to council, it's up to us.
I'm
And
asking
we
f-
already made
I-
a commitment to the public.
okay, so once again, in order for a firm to cost a forensic audit, I think you would have to share with them, what is it you're looking for?
Everything and anything that might, and it
so-
doesn't mean it's dishonest.
No, I get it.
It doesn't mean anyone's hiding anything.
But everything and anything, I'm not sure what that means.
Well, I'm not either, which is why I
perhaps-
want the experts here to tell us what it is. And we're not accusing anyone of anything. We're saying, what would you be looking for? Could there have been mistakes made? Could there have been miscalculations? There's a whole host of things that I think we need to hear from the experts on.
Okay.
Potentially,
Councilman-
why don't we try to define what are you not satisfied with our current audits and review process that's
That sounds like you're
state-certified?
trying to hide something, Nick, and that's what the public is objecting
Councilman,
to.
Vice Mayor Danko,
I'm just saying,
the fact that you can't define what is lacking in our current audit process is the failure that establishes a forensic audit.
now I
If we have-
believe you're trying to hide something
right,
when
I
you
don't
speak
care
like
what-
that.
I don't,
Vice
using
Mayor-
big
Vice
words,
Mayor,
is that what scares you?
Stop. Vice Mayor.
What are you hiding, Nick?
Hold on. Everyone will
What
be
are you hiding?
recognized, but no over-talking, okay? Got it? Go ahead.
My question, perhaps we should try to define what we feel is lacking in our current audit process, because a lot of this talk makes it very, very unclear that we have a state-certified audit process that is mandatory and every single year gets signed off on. And I'm sure you probably received the phone call from our auditors in the same annual process most recently asking for anything that, is the type of, whether we want to call it thermal imaging that is enhanced heat or whether it's smoke, but anything that is indicative of anything that would allow us to hone down a scope, which if you cannot define a scope, you can't get a request for proposal. Like, these are very simple purchasing, literally just our standardizations. And for you to accuse me of hiding something because I'm trying to establish a scope is very discerning.
All right, Councilman, so I appreciate the comments. So is there any objection on city council to staff reaching out to find out what a firm would require from us in order to conduct a forensic
May I comment?
audit? Yes, please.
Yes. I think that since all of us up here pretty much admit that we are not all that educated nor know exactly what it takes to conduct a forensic audit, I think that it might help that if we collected the information, found out what it takes to conduct the audit, and then go back to our constituents and find out from them, once we know what we need to do to conduct this audit, we go back to our constituents and say, this is what we need to do, this is the information that we need from you, and then move forward with conducting the audit. That's just my opinion
So
on it.
I appreciate your comments. So if we were to invite, let's call it an expert to city council to explain to us
Yes,
what is required, I think that's what you're asking.
Committed to 2 weeks
And
ago.
there's no cost to that to help us understand what we would have to provide to a firm in terms of scope and detail and information. I think that's where we're all circling around that end. Councilperson, a comment?
I want to make very clear that if you look at the meeting minutes, even from the August 8th meeting, there's no walking back of anything. city manager committed to coming up with a plan, which is what we need to do, that's our job, in order to bring forth a forensic audit. That included scope, that included cost. There's been no walking back. This has been a, hey, I made the motion. Sure, let's look into a forensic audit. Let's see what it entails, because yes, we've never had one done, and we don't really know what it will entail. What we did last week was provide clarity. Not that our staff, that we think there's been any criminal activity or that we think there's been any purposeful misappropriation, because everybody up here actually signed off on the annual audit that we had several months ago. That's part of our job. We have to vote to approve it, and everybody up here did it. So I think what's happened here is people have cherry-picked, us included, cherry-picked certain things that were said and kind of twisted them at this point. So I wanted to make it very clear that the meeting minutes are correct, and that we had a further discussion, that we don't think there's been any criminal or misstep, or there's nothing that raises any big red flags, so to speak, to warrant an audit, but that we are taking steps and making a plan to see what the scope and cost would be. And I'm still in agreement with that, and I still think that we need to explore that, and I think that that's what the consensus up here is. But Mayor, really quickly.
Yeah.
For our friends in the media, I think it's very important that there's no fires, and there's also nothing that we're trying to hide. But we can't do this. These are taxpayer dollars that will pay for this audit. We cannot do this loosey-goosey. It has to be planned, and we do need a scope. So I agree with Councilwoman Hyder that we go with what City Manager was saying, come up with a plan to get the experts, to your point, Vice Mayor. Let us know, what do you need from us so that we can provide you scope and cost? And then the public needs to give input. If there are certain things, for instance, Mr. McDowell mentioned the enterprise fund. Great, maybe then we narrow the scope to the enterprise fund if that's a common theme across our residents. So I think that this is a good plan, and I think it provides clarity for what was set up here and for what our plan moving forward is.
Good, thank you for your comments.
There was an attempt to walk it back last week.
Well, listen.
And we should face that and deal with it.
Well, you all are not going to agree on the answer to that, so let's move forward. City Manager, you have a consensus from the dais today to bring forward an expert or...
Not our accounting firm.
Okay.
An expert on forensic audits.
So an expert that would be able to clarify the definition of a forensic audit, the scope, and then, if possible, a range of expense depending on what it entails. I think that's what we had
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And I'm trying to get us back to where we were.
So,
2
City
weeks
Manager, are you clear on those instructions?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you
Very
for
good.
consolidating the
Okay.
the
And I would ask that it be on the next possible agenda that you can make that happen.
And Mayor, I must say, though, to solicit other firms, that is a process.
Yeah.
Because there would be a charge and basically a look at qualifications as well. So there is a process to that.
So during the process, please come back to us at each meeting and let us know where you stand with the process. And it's my understanding this could be a workshop. It doesn't have to be a business meeting, that they would come and be informational in their presentation, and then we could ask questions and hopefully raise our bar on our expertise regarding this process.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is that clear?
Yes,
Very
it
good.
is.
All right, I think we have enough said on that, so we'll move forward. Are there any other items on the public comments today that anybody wants to address at this time? I think staff has the information on each speaker that we will follow up with each and every commenter today, okay? So with that, I will close public comment. We'll move on to the next section of the agenda, which is, I'm sorry, I won't. I am going to ask our law enforcement liaison to come up and address the comment regarding speeding. I had indicated that, so apologies.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Phil Reynolds, Commander with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, and thank you for the opportunity to address the concern in regards to Ryan Drive. As you can see, lately since school has started, we've been focusing in the morning and afternoon hours along Belterre, 100, and our school zones for the safety of our children, and that's not to minimize the importance of our side streets, including Ryan Drive. What will really help out is that when these incidents do occur, you can call us at 386-313-4555, 4911 and report the issue. And in addition to that, for the benefit that of those that are listening in, to visit our website at flaglersheriff.com. Flaglersheriff.com provides you the opportunity, when you navigate through the page, to submit a tip. And within that tip narrative, you can include any kind of vehicle description, the time of the day, what they're actually doing, whether they're speeding, whether it's a quality of life, noise issues, things of that nature. And what happens is that that gets disseminated and branched out to the appropriate division at the sheriff's office. But we do hear your complaint, and I thank you for raising that issue.
And Phil, just to finish it off, if you weren't able to listen to a prior meeting while we were discussing the contract with the sheriff for the special services that the city of Palm Coast purchases each year, one of the requests was that the sheriff's office become more visible with regard to both speeding, and I had also included trash. But those two things in particular, I got an agreement, a nod off from the chief. So that is a part of our forward-looking process, and our liaison will look after that and be able to report back as well, either directly or by your attendance at future city meetings. So I appreciate the comment and the information.
Can I ask one more quick question?
So if you would ask, because we're past the public comment, would you ask the commander personally on the way out so he gets your information, if you would handle that? Thank you. Okay, now that public comment is concluded, I would ask for motions for the minutes of the City Council business meeting held on August the 1st.
Motion to approve.
So I have a motion to approve by Councilperson Pontieri and a second by Councilman Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes.
I'll ask also for a motion for the workshop meeting for the minutes held on August the 8th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Councilperson Pontieri has made a motion to approve, and Councilman Clufus has also made a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes.
Thank you. The clerk has the count. So with that, we will move to the proclamation section of the agenda, and Councilperson Hyder will deliver today's proclamation.
Bless you.
This way.
And I'm sorry, just to introduce everyone, this morning's proclamation is to commemorate International Overdose Awareness Day, and Councilperson Hyder will proceed with the proclamation.
And before I begin, I would just like to mention that it's actually an honor to me to present this proclamation, because I feel that almost everyone in this room has been touched in their families, friendships, relationships with some type of addiction, issues amongst the family. I know for myself, I have. So this organization I've been supporting, and I truly believe in what they do to help our community and those that suffer with addiction. Whereas the Flagler County Drug Court Foundation was incorporated as a nonprofit in 2009 and is currently the oldest nonprofit in Flagler County working in the world of recovery. And whereas the organization is composed 100% of volunteers, and whereas the Flagler County Drug Court Foundation mission is to support and promote the Flagler County Drug Court program, helping our participants excel in their recovery from substance abuse and lead productive, healthy lives through community engagement, advocacy, and educational initiatives. And whereas community education on Narcan and the reduction in stigma of people in recovery from substance abuse are vital initiatives for building a safer and more understanding society. By providing comprehensive Narcan training and awareness programs, we aim to empower community members to respond effectively to opioid overdoses, potentially saving lives. Simultaneously, we combat stigmatism through education and open dialogue that can foster empathy and support, helping individuals in recovery to reintegrate successfully into society and lead fulfilling lives beyond addiction. And whereas the vision of Flagler County Drug Court Foundation is to create a compassionate and supportive community where individuals in the drug court program receive the necessary resources and opportunities to achieve lasting recovery, break the cycle of addiction, and thrive as valued members of society. Now therefore it be proclaimed by the mayor and the city council of the city of Palm Coast, Florida, that August 31st, 2023 be officially designated as International Overdose Awareness Day. And we encourage all citizens to please join us with our walk over the bridge, starting at Wadsworth Park to Veterans Park. This event is to remember those who have lost the battle with addiction, to overdose and to end the stigma of addiction so no one else needs to die from the disease of addiction. Signed this 15th day of August, 2023, City of Palm Coast, Florida, Mayor David Alfin, and our city clerk, Kelly Cook. I present this to you and thank you for all that you do to help and support our community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council people, we want to thank you for this presentation. The value here is more than the piece of paper that you've given us today. The value here is hopefully that the citizens that even are not here this morning will view this later on and join us on August 31st for the walk over the bridge. If you heard me before at other council meetings, the importance of this information getting out to our public is extraordinary. We have, over the last 3 years, maintained something that's nothing to be proud of, and that's between the 5th and 10th highest overdose county in the state of Florida of the 67 counties, based on population. And at one point, we were the highest overdose death county in the state, based again by population. And sad to say that the opinion of most of the people in the public don't realize where these overdoses are taking place, the majority of them, but they're here in Palm Coast. So we're thankful for the acknowledgement of the council in this effort. I would like to, if permitted, to introduce a couple of members of our team. Kim Shatner, who's the vice president of the Flagler County Drug Court Foundation, and Renee DeAngelis, who heads up our Narcan presentation. And if either of you have anything you'd like to add. Renee?
I would ask you a question.
Sure.
Would it be appropriate, and Councilperson Hyder, if you're available, or any other member of City Council, to offer that proclamation at an upcoming drug court graduation? If you think that would be appropriate, please reach out, because those are very emotional and perhaps joyous moments for those that have made it through the program, and I'm guessing this might reinforce the program for others as well. So if you would organize that, you would certainly have the city's support to add it to the next graduation.
I will definitely bring that to the drug court team, as both Kim and myself are members of that team, not only members of this foundation. But yes, I thank you. That would be an excellent idea. We hope to see you there. Support the community. Support the people that are working to better their lives. Support the people that have lost to this terrible world of addiction. You've all heard about fentanyl lately, and in our own community and our sheriff's department even more lately. But it is no longer just about substance abuse. People are dying because they're being tricked into picking up something that looks like a Skittle or a fake pill. These are people that aren't even in substance abuse. So it has crossed the border, and it can affect the entire community. I might be, and I don't think I'm exaggerating, that our own sheriff's department has already gotten more fentanyl off the street that would probably wipe the entire county out 4 or 5 times. It's that severe. So please join us in this, I don't want to call it a celebration because it's not. It's a memorial. It's an event to bring to the attention of our community. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, thank you again. Let me know when the next graduation is okay.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, we'll move forward. Thank you for that. We'll move forward on the agenda now to item G, which are ordinances, or which is ordinances of the second read. And Counselor, if you would read number 3 into the record for us, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance regarding the annexation of the Cascades, application number 5108. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, to annex property to be included within the corporate area and city limits of the City of Palm Coast, providing for the annexation of approximately 330.81 acres of property described in Exhibit A to this ordinance, and lying in the areas proximate to the existing city limits of the City of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, providing for annexation in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statutes, providing for annexation of real property, amendment of corporate city limits, providing for rights and privileges resulting from annexation, effect of annexation upon land uses, providing for effect on ad valorem taxes, providing for effect on businesses and occupations, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Tyner, do you have a presentation this morning?
Mayor, this was approved at the last meeting, and Jose Papa will have just a brief summary for
Good, thank you. Mr. Papa?
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. This is just it's a voluntary annexation of 330 acres located about 3 miles south of 100. As you can
I'm sorry, Jose, do me a favor, if you would, just give us a layman's definition of voluntary annexation, if you would.
Sure. Voluntary annexation, if certain conditions are met, such as contiguity to the municipality, if the land is compact, landowner may petition the jurisdiction for annexation into the city. And this is what we have here.
Thank you.
As Mr. Tyner said, you approved this at first reading. We're at second reading here. We have no additional information.
You have no summary. I understood there was a summary. No summary?
That was it. It was the second read. This is contiguous and meets the statutes.
All right,
Mayor.
then, I would go out to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time?
As I mentioned, Bob Meyer again, I mentioned earlier, I live in Grand Landings, and originally I had seen in some of the publication that this also included 44 acres that's currently in Grand Landings area, which took this up to 370-some acres. Maybe I missed something or the correspondence was wrong, but that's one of the reasons I came here.
Okay, is that your question? Mr. Papa, can you answer the question?
Sure. I would just surmise that the 44, 45 acres that they're discussing is this what we call the hook piece. It was previously annexed into the city. It is not part of the Grand Landings Master Plan development. But when you see this annex parcel come again before you for a flume amendment and a rezoning application, that hook piece will be part of that zoning application.
Very good. Dennis McDonald. This is one of the things I was mentioning to you about the zoning. And in case you haven't been paying attention, there's a lot of noise out there about the area of the city that is being affected by the airport because the county commission refuses to kind of pay attention to what our residents are saying in the city of Palm Coast. So, you know, I don't know what you can do here, but I do know that there are federal regulations. I don't know if those federal regulations, as they relate to zoning, okay, would be helpful. But maybe one of the things that would be helpful is you find some way to put together some type of group that's starting to pay attention to what's going on with the airport. It's obvious that the Board of County Commissioners want to do nothing about what's affecting the residents of Palm Coast. So my question to you is, you're advancing this, putting this in the city, all right? You're allowed to do that, certainly. So how are you going to counteract that, and how are you going to protect yourself from having 300 people that are going to move to this piece of property or whatever it ends up being, standing here at this podium complaining to you about the airport? How can you get ahead of it?
Appreciate your comment. Mr. Tyner, can you summarize your interaction with the county at this time, if there is any?
Yeah, I think the county is working on a plan. I know Adam Mingle was looking at updating some requirements. I understand that the county has been working on. I will call out this specific area. I know of nothing in this location from a zoning perspective that would prohibit residential development. In fact, the current zoning within the county allows for residential.
But I guess what I'm really asking is, do you have a communication with the county so that you are aware of what they are or what they are not doing?
Absolutely, yes.
And that's a regular part of what you do in advance of a decision today, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Any other members of the public have a question on this item? Yes, ma'am.
So I live in Grand Landings. I'm Jan Manila. I came up a few minutes ago and appreciate Mr. Meyer's question. When I look at some information, Cascades Development would encompass 44 acres as owned by JTL Grand Landings Development, but that doesn't mean, I guess the question is to you, that doesn't mean it's taking 44 acres away from the current Grand Landings master plan. Okay. I guess I didn't really understand why that would be considered that.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public? Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais. Are there any members of City Council that have a comment regarding the proclamation? The ordinance.
The only thing I would just like to reiterate for posterity is that where we are in this process, and that this is just the annexation. This isn't necessarily rezoning. They're dealt with separate issues, and just for the public to remain cognizant of that.
Councilperson Hyder, any comment?
No comment.
I have nothing.
Just one thing, and I'll save this for the end in more detail, but I do think it might be worthwhile to get with the city on a noise study for the airport. I think that there's a lot of I know I get contacted constantly about noise for the airport, and as we are starting to develop more, it might be worth it to look into this. Obviously, it has nothing to do with this annexation, to Councilman Clufus's point, but I'll readdress it again in public comment. But since we have people here specifically for this agenda item, I just want to let you know it's on the radar.
So I appreciate that. I also would,
No pun intended, Councilman Clufus.
I also would like to understand what our cans and can'ts are regarding proximity to the airport. So I think that would be another agenda item where we could learn what it is the city certainly does not have a responsibility today other than Mr. Tyner's communication. But I think all of City Council should be aware, because I do agree that there are residents that will be in close proximity, so we will want to know what we can tell them that's correct. So you'll have that, and you've got consensus up here for that.
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to say that we have a great relationship with our county partners, and we've actually scheduled a presentation coming to City Council directly from airport representatives
Regarding
in
this issue.
October.
Excellent,
Yes.
good, perfect, very good. All right, so with that, I would ask for a motion.
I would move to approve.
So I have
I'll
a
second
motion
it.
from Councilman Clufus, a second from Vice Mayor Danko. Is there any further discussion from City Council? So I will go ahead and ask for a
Roll call.
roll call.
Vice Mayor Danko,
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder,
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus,
Yes.
Councilmember Pontieri,
Yes.
Mayor Alfin.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
With that, we'll move on to our ordinances of the first read found under Agenda Item H. And Counselor, if you would read number 4 into the record for us, please.
Of course, Mayor. This is an ordinance regarding rezoning application number 5302, Bell Terrace Estates Master Plan Development, MPD. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the official zoning map as established in Section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code for 40 acres of certain real property described as 4 tax parcel identification numbers located at the southeast corner of Bell Terra Boulevard and Citation Boulevard, and being more particularly described in the attached Exhibit A. From general commercial, COM-2, to master plan development, MPD zoning district, approving the Bell Terra Estates Master Plan Development Agreement, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. City Council, this is a quasi-judicial matter, and as you know, with quasi-judicial matters, if you've had any ex parte communications as it pertains to this matter, please disclose them on the record at this time.
Vice Mayor? Nothing. Councilperson?
I've had none.
I've had none. No council members have had any ex parte.
Thank you all.
Please proceed.
Mayor, Senior Planner Bill Hoover will have the detailed presentation. The applicant's also present for presentation as well.
Good morning, everyone. This is a 40-acre site located at the southeast corner of Belterra Boulevard and Citation Boulevard. You can also see on this aerial photo that Citation Boulevard is under construction to be extended all the way to Seminole Woods Boulevard. That's expected to be completed in 12 to 15 months. And the owner wants to develop a 275-unit townhome, those would be platted, a commercial tract, and then east of the commercial tract would be a public dog park, and that would be located along Citation Boulevard. Back in 2006, this 40-acre site was platted as a 4-lot general commercial subdivision. It sat vacant for 15 years due to apparent lack of demand for commercial or someone willing to develop that. On December 1st, 2021, the applicant, Belterra Holdings LLC, purchased the site with the intention of developing a mixed-use project that would be compact with a very walkable environment. This is the future land use map. So the site and the property to the north are all mixed use. To the northeast and a little bit to the southeast is residential in yellow. The big blue institutional use is an 18-acre city water treatment plant. South of the site is some Flagler County designations. That's primarily wetlands down there, so you can see that we've got conservation and Flagler County residential low density, which is 1 unit per acre. To the west, we've got more wetlands, so you can see we got some greenbelt areas over there as well as conservation. And then to the northwest, there's a little bit more residential. This is the existing zoning map. So the site is zoned general commercial or COM2. To the north is master plan development. That's a 15.6 acre site with general commercial uses. And then to the northeast in the yellow tan color is SFR1. That's a residential community. I believe it's called Flagler Village. It's under construction, started maybe a month ago. The PSP is the city's water treatment plant. And then Grand Landings is in the royal blue area to the east. Flagler County PUD is to the south. Those lands will not really be developed. And then to the west in royal blue is the Orr PUD. It's been around a while. And then in that is the Venetian Village assisted living facility. And they've got a couple acres of commercial out front of them. And to the northwest, the canal area is shown as PSP, and then DPX, those are duplex lots. So this area is actually designated on the comprehensive plan as a village scale, neighborhood scale, village center. And it's located on the east side of this intersection. And these are intended to include a wide variety of residential uses and commercial uses. So we have single family to the north and to the east in Flagler Village and in Grand Landings. To the northwest, we've got duplex units, and then the townhome units in this project, those are considered multifamily type units. So we also have the commercial acreage that I mentioned before, and the plus you got the water treatment plant, which is sort of an anomaly. So this is their master plan development. They're showing in red the commercial up there in the corner. The dog park, okay, that will be accessed off of a shared drive with the commercial project. And then the project's amenity center is located in the northeast corner. So one of the nice things on this project, looking at it from a compatibility standard, is the site plan has been done very well. There's been many renditions of this. So on the west side, the applicants have 2 ponds between their project and Belterre Boulevard, which will have a significant amount of traffic someday, so that will help on that. To the south, they've got wetlands on site that protect the residents, and then to the east, we've got a water treatment plant that's actually fairly low intensity over that 18 acres. And then to the north, we have Citation Boulevard that'll, once it's extended, will be considered, I believe, like a collector type roadway. This is a conceptual plan done by staff, and the applicant is donating the 1.2 acres of land for this public dog park. You could see the access would come in on the left, so the left of the screen is where the commercial would be located. To the right of the screen is where the access would be for the project off of Citation Boulevard, and then across that access is their clubhouse. So you can see they've got perhaps a dozen parking spots, and then on the south end, the residents in the dog park can park there if they want to take their dog to the dog park without getting out of the project. So in looking at these townhomes, they're all two-story, and they're typically in 6 or 7 unit buildings. The interior units are 19 feet wide and 1,497 square feet in area. So the threshold here in the Land Development Code is if your unit is 1,500, a townhome is 1,500 square feet or larger, you require a 2-car garage. If it's less than that, it's a 1-car garage. So their end units are 19 and 22 foot wide, so some of the end units will have 2-car garages, other end units will have a 1-car garage. So you can see it better on the next slide. So in this case, we have a larger unit on the right with a 2-car garage. All other 5 units are considered 1,497 square feet and have a 1-car garage.
I have a quick question.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you go back to the previous slide? Those driveways still then meet our requirements for, what, 16 feet in width?
Yes. So the driveways for a townhome, you've got to provide parking in the garage plus 2 spaces out front, whether you have a 1-car garage or a 2-car garage.
And then the landscaping's done on the side, the required landscaping?
Well, and on the front. So
I
they
see.
will average about, I believe they're going to average 25% of the area in front of the townhomes will be landscaped area.
Yeah, just to add on, just a little bit briefly, is, you know, our land development code, we're master plan developments, you're able to alter some of your code to have it a little bit different, but you still have to meet our parking requirements for the land development code. So narrowing the building sometimes becomes problematic to be able to get the parking that you
No,
require,
this
but
is
they were
nicely
able to
done.
accommodate
Very
this.
creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the details of these townhomes, let's see, I think we've, yeah, so the lots themselves are going to be 19 foot wide by 90 foot deep, so those end up being 1,710 square feet. In the multifamily, we got 2 multifamily districts, MFR1 and MFR2. It requires these to be 25 foot wide and 2,500 square feet in area. So the end lot units are closer to meeting that requirement of 22 foot wide, and some are 19, and the larger ones would be 1,980 square feet in area. So this departure from the Land Development Code standards is the reason they're applying for a master plan development rather than a straight rezoning to MFR1, which allows 8 units per acre. So when an applicant applies for a master plan development, Mr. Tyner will ask right up front, where's the public benefit? So in this case, they offered to provide a public park, and they thought it would be, this project's going to cater to elderly people quite a bit, as well as younger people starting out. And so a lot of those people like to walk their dogs, and it's, so they feel like it's going to be a plus for their project as well as the community.
So while you're there, so it's clear, the public park space will be open not just to the residents of this future neighborhood, but to all residents of the city of Palm Coast.
Yes.
So in
Definitely.
effect, it
Yes.
becomes a
Public park.
a public park, correct?
Yes, sir.
And maintaining that park is the responsibility of,
It would be us. It would
Would
be,
be us,
it would be
okay.
all, it would be the city's dog park. They're donating the land to
Okay.
accommodate that, and then we're working during the site plan stage or the plating stage, we would work on the equipment, what type of fence to meet
that's
our
what I was going to, so
standards.
at some point during your development order process, you'll go through the requirements for a public park, I assume, right?
That's right.
And let me just ask this so I don't have to ask it later. At this stage in the process, you've already checked off the various concurrency requirements based on the number of folks that might be living there. Is that correct?
As far as concurrency, as far as park requirements?
Well, you've got school concurrency, you've got
Yeah, school
fire,
and-
you've got police, you've got a long list of concurrency to make sure that the important public services will be available in the future.
So at this stage of the development, during the zoning, we do a check.
Right.
They get a letter from the school
Okay.
meeting concurrency. But also, Mayor, that real test too, the detailed test comes at the time of site plan, because
And the reason I ask is because, we get comments from the public that get concerned that if they're going to have new neighbors, is there going to be enough water and every other thing? So that is a part of your regular program.
yes, sir.
Okay.
And my question, real quick, just so we can, is it staff's opinion also that the trade for the park for these site sizes, for these home sizes, that is a valid, this for that? Is that something that staff is in agreement with?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Fover. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Per the previous comments from council members, we've had some questions, so we keep rezoning land from commercial to residential, so how much land is left here? So we did a little analysis. So directly across the street in the northeast corner of Belterre Boulevard and Citation, in that MPD area, that's 15.6 acres. And then directly across the street from those ponds, on the west side of this project, in front of the Venetian Village Assisted Living Facility, is another 2+ acres of commercial. And so they're leaving 1.75 acres of commercial. So they have approximately 20 acres of commercial to serve this neighborhood. And
Mr. Hoover, I'm sorry, can I stop you? Because this has been my expressed concern. The property across the street is mixed use, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is preventing further conversion to just residential in that lot across the street?
Well, the applicant could come in for a rezoning, so essentially, staff would review that, and then it would go to the planning board and come back to city council to decide if you wanted to rezone that property, let's say from COM 2 or general commercial to multifamily residential 2.
So if the public benefit for the smaller townhomes and the smaller yard sizes is a dog park, what is the public benefit for converting from commercial to residential?
I think what we're trying to illustrate for council, because we've heard the concern about, getting rid of the commercial property within the city. So what we tried to illustrate on this slide is that you still have the commercial within this general area of a potential of 96,000 square feet of retail that can be accommodated within this area. So, this is not a major corridor. This is not Palm Coast Parkway. This is not State Road 100. This is, you're going to have Citation. There are going to be collectors, but the commercial that is there now has been sitting for 15+ years. From a planning perspective, we still believe that there is plenty of commercial opportunities here to accommodate that neighborhood commercial or that village node that could support that. Would you see a Publix here? I don't know, but can you accommodate it with the square footage of the retail? Yes. But what our planner is illustrating is that there are still, even with this rezoning, still a lot of potential for commercial. Now, can an applicant come in and request a rezoning? Absolutely, they surely can. That's their right to come in. But what we're saying at this juncture and what we are saying at this point, that there is enough commercial, we believe, to accommodate that's more realistic for this node and with these roadways to accommodate plenty commercial.
So the SFR one that's across the street, you said that's currently being developed?
Yes.
And do we have a timeline on that?
They're going through the infrastructure horizontal construction now, so they may be putting up, if I had to guess, maybe a year from now.
Okay, so what I keep hearing is that commercial is not developing because we don't have rooftops, but it seems that we're going to have rooftops very soon. So are we jumping the gun on converting this from commercial to residential when we know we're going to have over 200 new rooftops within a year?
Well,
From a planning perspective.
I can, okay, I was on a phone conversation with the applicant last week, and the applicant advised me that they have talked to Publix before they turned in this master plan development, and Publix said they were not interested in this area. And I think if we got a 40-acre site here as a planner, if let's just say it was single family and we were rezoning this to COM2, I don't think the neighbors would want a 40-acre commercial project with big box stores at this location of a collector roadway out front, which is basically a residential one in Belterre Boulevard, because it would be too intense. So I think the 20 acres of neighborhood-type commercial is fitting, but not general commercial here.
So if I could add, just to think along these lines. So in your opinion, I think you used the term neighborhood commercial. I assume that you're tying that to an expectation of traffic count. In other words, neighborhood commercial would support a traffic count below what perhaps a big store or some other commercial development would require before they even considered using that location. So adding the 200 homes, I don't know what that does to your traffic count, but does it get us anywhere near the bar, the minimum bar that's required for a larger commercial consideration?
No, sir. I mean, the traffic count on these roads doesn't compare to, State Road 100 or Palm Coast Parkway. And again, that concept of this neighborhood village that Mr. Hoover had mentioned, it really is to provide a node of neighborhood commercial, where you don't have to get in your car to travel all the way to Palm Coast Parkway, that there's opportunities to buy bread, to buy milk within this general facility. This idea of this location to be a destination, like a BJ's or something along you without not being on a major corridor, is probably, from a planning perspective, as Mr. Hoover was illustrating, probably more doable within this location and the intent of the neighborhood village scale center.
But I do agree with Councilperson Pontieri's suggestion that, it's the multitude of small businesses on the commercial side that ultimately build up the foundations and the financial sustainability of the city. So as long as we're thinking the same way that, this could provide for small commercial ventures to support the most local neighborhood there. I mean, it would be an addition of, again, small commercial entities.
I want to go ahead and, while we're here and we're talking about this lot across the way that's mixed use, that has the potential to be residential and commercial, I guess my fear is that we will see an application in the future to do the same thing that we're doing here. And that's my concern, is what are we setting up for? We say, oh, well, this is okay because we've got the potential for commercial right across the street. Well, not really. It's mixed use, and they could come back and do the same thing that this applicant is doing. And so I continue to see more rooftops and rooftops and rooftops, getting rid of commercial. We up here talk about diversifying our revenues and lessening tax base on residential households, yet there's nothing to say that the lot across the street will in fact be commercial. So I like this plan. I think that the concept of this plan is excellent. My fear is, are we saying one thing and doing another? Do we really want commercial, but we are potentially setting up the future conversion of more potential commercial to residential? So I just want to caution us and staff to let that get away from us.
Yeah, I think if I can, Mayor.
And remember, the final decision on that future issue that you're addressing would be right up here at City Council. So we can caution ourselves on that. I'm sorry.
And I think, I'm sorry.
I have a comment.
And I think our planning staff, like I said, anyone has a right to rezone the property. So with this village concept that we have in our comprehensive plan, we would analyze each application that comes in and address that situation at that time. So let's say another piece of property wants to do away with all the commercial and just have residential. Well, we're going to analyze it through our comprehensive plan and say, hey, this is a village center node. We got to have some office, some commercial, and these mixed uses in there. So we have some tools in our toolbox, and you have some tools in the toolbox in the future for if this happens in the future, you know, if this is adopted, that you do have those tools and you have a planning staff that's going to analyze and be as consistent as we has been in this area.
Councilperson Hyder, please.
Yes, I have a comment, and it may be totally irrelevant to the conversation that's going on now, but I do have to make mention of it. I sit here week after week, and I listen to us approving all of this new construction in the city, and all of these new developments are beautiful. They're great ideas. They're beautiful for the city, but I have a concern that's been very near and dear to my heart ever since I came into council, and I'm sure that I've brought it up several times. We have all of this building going on, and we're approving all of this building, but are we able to consider that maybe, since we have no land appointed for workforce housing, are we able to request that some of these builders consider some of this new construction that's going on for workforce housing? Because that's something that's hugely needed in this community. I mean, the homes are beautiful, but we have working people that live here in this community that need housing and cannot afford these very expensive homes that are being built here.
Yes, we you know, at planning staff, we do agree we need more work done on affordability and affordability housing. Now, I'll tell you, on this project, we were, you know, somewhat excited about this project because it does provide one of the only opportunities that we have in this area of Palm Coast that you actually have a fee simple townhouse that are going to be, you know, somewhat smaller units with one-car garages. So there isn't a product out there that I know of, like what is being proposed here, to have some smaller units. And you'll hear from the developer who is going to do a presentation, and maybe they can elaborate on that, the affordability of it. But this is a different product where you know, the infrastructure itself, it's fee simple. You do have smaller units, just a one-car garage. So that in itself could bring the price down, and also providing an availability of different housing types also can help bring that affordability level down as well.
I think the other thing that we need to take into strong consideration also are our senior citizens, because they're suffering. They are suffering and they are struggling to keep roofs over their head, food in their refrigerator, and that is a huge concern of mine. So I feel that they deserve a fair share.
So, Councilman Hyder,
Yes.
I commend your comments, and I would ask that you champion those thoughts as we open up our comprehensive plan, because through the comprehensive plan, which obviously will be the blueprint of the future, you might want to step forward and suggest that perhaps areas be zoned for or dedicated to that, whichever kind of housing you're trying to define, so that there is no pushback from the community, and that we already have set the expectation that we are going to provide a housing product that is affordable to those that are working as first responders, teachers, and city staff, and on and on and on. But we will actually line out areas where that's going to be the zoning requirement for them. So I'd ask you to hold that and bring it forward as soon as we begin that process.
I would be very interested in doing that. However, I would like for you to make sure that I'm informed on what I need to be doing, who I need to be seeing, what groups, what builders, developers I need to be meeting with.
So I can't do it directly,
Well,
but
whoever.
what I will do is I will ask you to speak directly to a city manager,
Okay.
and she'll direct you further. It's not that I don't want to. I have sunshine in my way,
but I'm
You're
with
right.
you, I'm with you in the
Forget about the
concept, okay?
sunshine. Okay.
I'm with you in the concept.
Okay.
We will get to that finish line.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to clarify that the 15.6 acres to the north, it's designated mixed use on the future land use map. However, its zoning is specifically for general commercial uses. So,
And may I just touch on a point real quick? When we're considering these type of items, are we, and I share the same concerns, are we able to, from our standpoint up here, actually able to think of that in a regard of what potentially the commercial availability of land could potentially be rezoned to in the future? Or do we are making an assessment with the way that things sit today? Essentially, we couldn't use that in our defense for a reason for not supporting this because it has to reach our criteria, but we're not able as council members to sit up here and think about possible rezoning of adjacent properties as potential issues for this particular property. Is that the case, or is that not true?
So I can answer that. So every request that comes before you for a land use perspective, from a land use, on the land use side, your review of that request is specific to the criteria that's set forth in the code for whatever request you're reviewing. And that is your baseline for what you review it on. I'm not going to say that in all cases you couldn't consider the decrease to a conversion from a commercial use to a residential use, because if there were some type of cap or overlay district or something specific in your code that existed that prohibited you from doing that, obviously, since you have to be compliant with the code, you therefore wouldn't be compliant with the code, you know, if that was tripped. So not in every case across the board is that the answer, but for this review here, there's not that, to my knowledge, and Ray and Bill can chime in if I'm not correct in this, there's not, with this consideration, there's not a threshold in place that this would violate in the code as it pertains to that particular issue.
Understood. Thank you.
okay, so each project, talking about the criteria, so this is the standard development order criteria from section 2.0505 of the Land Development Code. There's 5 key criteria. It must not be in conflict with the public interest. It needs to be consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the land development code. It must not impose a significant hardship or liability on the city. It must not create an unreasonable hazard or nuisance, and then it needs to comply with all applicable government standards, local, state, and federal. So we've got detailed findings of these criteria in the staff report. Our overall summary is that the rezoning would not create a nuisance hazard or any compatibility issues, as it is in compliance with its mixed-use designation on the future land use map, and is easily compatible with neighboring properties. And the MPD rezoning does support 5 goals, policies, or objectives of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. Now, getting over to master plan development review criteria, there's about a dozen of these. So on this project, I whittled it down to 3 that I wanted to discuss in detail, which are the most important for it. So C, the degree of departure of the proposed development from surrounding areas in terms of character and density and intensity. And D, compatibility within the project itself, and then the relationship with surrounding neighborhoods. And staff's findings are that the project is compatible with neighboring properties and it's well buffered by Belterre Boulevard to the west, Citation Boulevard to the north, the city's water treatment plant to the east, and wetlands to the south. And previously, I also mentioned the stormwater ponds that are located on the west of the project will additionally buffer the project. So in staff's opinion, with the extension of Citation Boulevard, this project is ideal for a development of mid-density. So they're asking for 7.4 units per acre, and they're actually allowed for 15, so they're a little bit less than half. And they are maintaining the commercial right at the corner of Belterre Boulevard and Citation Boulevard. And the third one is H, the benefits the proposed development and to the public to justify the requested departure from standard development requirements like in the LDC that are inherent in a master plan development district. So we talked about those minor departures on the size of the units, and in staff's opinion, they're more than offset by the donation of the 1.2 acres of land, because that the land actually is pretty valuable, because their commercial area could get extended out from about 1.75 acres to about 3 acres, and they could just sell that off. We did have public participation meeting on this. We notified neighbors. There's not a whole lot of neighbors within 300 feet. The neighborhood meeting, no one attended from the public except for the applicant and staff. We have posted signs and run news ads before the planning board meeting as well as before today's meeting. Planning board looked at this on July 19th. No one from the public spoke for or against it. It was found to be in compliance with the comprehensive plan and recommended for approval, subject to 2 conditions by a 7-0 vote. Okay, the first condition was the townhome's a little bit different from multifamily because the townhomes are on platted lots. So we had the parking in the garage and 2 spaces out front. The planning board's concern was, where's the guest parking then? Because you got a clubhouse with 12 spaces, but that's a ways away from, let's say, people on the south end of the project. So the planning board asked the applicant to review the site plan and see if they could come up with some guest and visitor parking. So they provided 3 spaces at each of these 6 locations in the circles there for a total of 18 spaces. What I like about it as a planner is they've dispersed that throughout the area, so no one is real far from any of these parking spaces. The next steps on this project, City Council will take a look again at this at their second public hearing. The staff would review the preliminary plat and construction drawings. The applicant would construct the infrastructure, and then it would come back to City Council for review of the final plat. Okay, the dog park, the commercial center, and the amenity center for the residents, all those will be done by technical site plans that will get reviewed by city staff, and then city staff would review all building permits. So this is the direct recommendation from the City Council, and I'll read it and you can see why we're taking that. We're recommending that the first condition be deleted because of the site plan I just showed you. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board recommended that City Council approve Belterre Estates Master Plan Development, application number 5302, subject to the following 2 conditions. The applicant review the site plan to see if more parking can be added for guests and visitors, and 2, equipment in the public dog park shall meet City Parks team standards. So anyway, staff is recommending that the first one be deleted. And the applicant is here and does have a fairly detailed PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm Christina Evans with Matthews DCCM. Also here, Joseph Posey with Storch Law Firm, and Mark Goldschmidt, the property owner.
I'm just going to ask you to bend the microphone a little bit closer so that the folks that are listening online can hear you. Thank you.
So this master plan development is 40 acres at the intersection of Citation and Belterre, right next to the city's water treatment plant. As we said, the current zoning is commercial 2, general commercial, and this is to rezone to a master plan development for a mixed-use project. As Bill said, the property sat available with 4 commercial parcels for many years with no interest. After buying the property, the developer reached out to Publix, who was not interested in this site. And Publix and different commercial brokers do track how many new homes are coming into the area. So if they were going to be interested in the future, they would know that by now. So the land use of the surrounding area is residential, predominantly single family, and the applicant is proposing a mixed-use master plan community at this major intersection to add diversity of uses to the area and reflect the mixed-use future land use. This would allow housing to be blended with non-residential uses. Mixed use permits up to 15 units per acre, and this development is about 7.5. So there will be 15 to 20 square feet of commercial at the main intersection, public and private recreation along Citation, and the residential townhomes are tucked back from the main roadways. And this will provide residents with the opportunity to live, shop, and play within a walkable distance. So this is a rendering of the layout. The almost 2-acre commercial parcel would permit the same uses as the current zoning. Next, the 1.2-acre public dog park that the owner will construct and donate the land to the city. Then 275 townhome units with 1.5 acres of private amenities for the residents. These townhome communities are meant to be low maintenance and appeal to retirees who want to downsize and who can't or don't want to maintain a yard, a pool, or a large home. The pool is anticipated to be 0 entry, so it would accommodate older individuals and residents with disabilities. And this community would also appeal to young professionals and couples. You don't need a lot of space yet, and you have a busy schedule. My first home was a townhome, in particular because I wanted a pool, but I didn't want to have to do any maintenance when my husband was deployed. One comment at the first public hearing was regarding guest parking. So as Bill said, we spread out some parallel spots throughout the neighborhood. So this is the residential community entrance along Citation. It's going to be gated. To the left, there's the private community amenities, the clubhouse, pool, playground, all maintained and operated by an association. On the other side would be the public dog park, which the owner would be constructing and then transferring the land to the city, where it's a public dog park for all residents, not just the community residents. And since the residential community is gated, there's a separate entrance to the west for access to the dog park and the commercial parcel.
I'm sorry, did you say there was parking
For
the public dog park?
with the commercial parcel.
I'm
Over
sorry?
over by the entrance for the commercial parcel and the dog park would have parking together.
Thank you.
So this concept of the dog park was done by the city's landscape architect, gated separate sections for large and small dogs, and then various dog equipment such as ramps, tunnels, water fountains, and shade trees and covered seating and tables for their owners. These townhomes were designed to not have a redundant, monotonous facade where every townhome would look exactly the same. There are different elements mixed together to make each unit unique but still look cohesive. Some end units will have a 2-car garage and an entrance on the side, and the interior units will have a 1-car garage. Like Bill said, the interior units will be 19 feet wide instead of the 25 feet wide, and they'll vary between 90 or 100 feet deep, so that 19 by 90 is the minimum. When you have that 25-foot wide townhome, the units are larger. They would likely require the 2-car garage and be more expensive and similar to the single-family homes. With the 1-car garage, you have more variety in the look of the townhomes. They're not dominated by a massive garage at the front, and it allows for more natural light to come through the front of the home since they only have windows in the front and the back. But you can see here there's different entry designs. On the left-hand side, there's an arched doorway. To the right, it's square, and then there are windows with and without shutters. Here you can see the details over that one garage are unique to that one. They're not on every one. And it alternates the direction of the siding based on how far it juts out. One option for the interior units has a one-car garage and living space on the first floor, and then the bedrooms on the second floor. But in order to accommodate retirees, on the right, there's another end unit that has the two-car garage, living space on the first floor, and bedrooms upstairs. And then on the left is an end unit option that has a two-car garage and a bedroom on the first floor to accommodate retirees that want to use a first floor bedroom as their main bedroom and not have to take the stairs every single day. But they'll still have room for guests, grandchildren to visit. And that also is good for residents with disabilities. And there's another floor plan for the end unit that has the bedroom on the first floor and a one-car garage, if it is a single person or a retired couple that only has one car. So that is the Belterra Master Plan Development. It reflects the mixed-use land use, offers a different housing type in this area. It's low maintenance. It's an upscale community without being unaffordable. The pricing is in the 200,000s. It'd also be cheaper with insurance. There will be commercial and recreation within walking distance, including the public park that will be built by the owner and donated to the city. So the planning board unanimously voted to approve the project with the additional guest parking which we provided. There was a question about the property owner's experience in these sorts of projects. So we have the land use attorney who has worked with him on other projects in Florida to go through some of them.
I apologize. Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, Daytona Beach, and I'm the attorney for the landowner, and I have been probably for several years. And just to speak to maybe the experience and some of that, you're getting a developer that knows what he's doing, that he's done this in a number of places, and a lot of it is to accommodate different residential sizes, different residential products. So, being receptive to the community is, I think, what we pride ourselves on. And, listening to the council's comments, this project in particular, I think, touches on all of those in terms of some affordability aspects, in terms of a different product that's available for residents of the city, and also trying to accommodate some of that commercial growth that the city would like to see. So, it's a delicate balancing act, but there's a lot of aspects of this project that try to accommodate all involved. But just to speak quickly to some of the projects, this was a 75 single-family home community in Edgewater, Florida. A very nice community. It was partnered with one of the national developers, and obviously my client was involved hand in hand with that. Another project that we did in Edgewater, this one was a little unique in that it was a townhome project with platted lots, but it had an eagle's nest, and you had to design around that. So even those type of site constraints and being receptive to the environmental conditions of the properties are something that's important to him, and it also had an amenity center, and it's a project that's just about to come online. It's finishing construction, and it's going to be really nice, and we're excited about it. We had another single-family project in DeLand. Again, it's the same type of trying to work with neighbors. There was a lot of folks involved in that one, and I think the one that took the cake was the one in Port Orange, Florida, that we actually had a very well-attended first neighborhood meeting of about 100 people. So, and I'm sure you guys are used to that too. But and the only reason I mention all of these is that you have somebody who's been through this. He understands that being a good neighbor is important, and what the community itself is going to be a little different where you go. It's just trying to make sure that you're being a good partner and listening, and that's why we're excited about this project, and we're eager to get started. And if there's anything we can do to be maybe a better neighbor, we're always listening. So with that, that's all I have.
So just to, I don't want to make Publix the end-all, be-all,
Right.
but can you share, or did Publix share with you what was their rationale for deciding against putting a Publix at that location?
Well, I wasn't involved in the direct negotiations, and I probably lean on the client, but I will give you a little background with Publix. They like where they want to be. So it's one of those things when you're negotiating with somebody with such a big, stick, that they get to pick and choose. And
So normally they work with a checklist, which is
yes.
available, and one of the first items on the checklist is traffic count. So I'm just trying to find out,
and that is
did you get past that point or not?
And I'm going to lean on the client for this one, but that's exactly right in other areas that I've dealt with, that Publix, if you don't meet the traffic thresholds, they don't give you the time of day. So, but I'll leave him to talk about the particulars of this property.
Mark Goldschmidt, the owner of the property. Yes, so just to answer that question, this property has been around commercial for a while. The value in commercial is greater than townhomes. So initially, we did try to check and see if we can do something commercial there. But I reached out to different commercial players, and the traffic count, especially when you're so close to Highway 100, is not going to get to the numbers that they want. So we just couldn't get to it, even with showing them the expansion to the east and to the north. I couldn't get anyone. It's been sitting there for a while, and again, the challenge is that your competitor is Highway 100, so it's just up the road. So the only thing we're left with is pretty much neighborhood commercial, something that will complement the neighborhood. So we can fit something like 15,000 square feet on the current parcel, and that's big enough for maybe a Walgreens or a small grocer. But like I said, a full-size commercial, 40 acres, or even 20 acres we were looking at, we couldn't get response from any of those players. So.
And I'm sorry, then the last question. I'd like to know the dedication of the public park. At what point in the project does that happen? I'm assuming it happens after the project is built out and sold out.
You want to answer? Okay, so in the MPD development agreement, the park has to be completed prior to them getting a certificate of occupancy for the 138th home, or halfway through the process. So they will have to start this public dog park, go through the site plan probably, 9 months ahead of time, just to make sure, because they won't be able to get a certificate of occupancy once they hit the 50% threshold. That's it. So that park has to be done and dedicated to the city.
So I guess what I'm really asking is, when does our liability for expense and maintenance on the park start? I mean, if you're asking me a question, I'd like that to begin when the development is sold out.
Yeah, before the development is sold out, the park will be there, like Bill said.
No, I understand it'll be there. Yeah. Who's paying for it?
They are dedicating the land.
So I don't need the answer right now. What I'm going to be curious, I'm going to ask you next time is, I'm not looking to bear any expense until the last possible moment, which would be, when that development is built out, or when the public has full access to a completed park. You understand what I'm asking?
Right. The park would probably not, you figure that they've still got to do their preliminary plat and construction drawings. So they're not going to be finished with the infrastructure probably till late 2024. Mm-hmm. And I think they're expecting to build the project out, say, 3 or 4 years, according to the traffic study. And so if it got done in 2028, you're probably looking in 2026, sometime there, that the park would be completed and handed over to the city for maintenance. So the stuff would be new, so at that point, you would have a little bit of water use. There's no restroom facilities or anything like that, so it would be primarily landscape maintenance.
So there's not much of an expense tied with watching over this
That's right.
park.
And it's a timing issue. We can't predict. Hopefully they're very successful, right? And then they're developing. So, I just want to be clear, the park is the land is being dedicated. During the preliminary plat process, the subdivision process, the preliminary plat process, our team, our Parks team, along with our Parks Division department, will be working on what type of equipment, our standards, provide that information to them. So the idea is that during the preliminary plat approval, the horizontal construction, they put it up the grade, they build the parking spot, then we've got everything tied down on the equipment itself. They install that equipment, and as their houses are being built, 50% or whatever, the number said, we are going to collect those impact fees for this specific project that would help go towards the park equipment. So they will get park impact fee credits for these units for the equipment itself, but not the land.
Okay, and the hours of the park for the public's use will require lighting or not?
Well, I imagine it would be consistent with your code, so we would defer to staff on that question.
Yeah, I think the Parks team is working on those details.
Okay, so you'll have that information next time?
Yeah, it's going to meet our standards,
Okay.
and we can have that information. I know Brittany and our team has been involved with the
City Council,
design.
I'm sorry, take up your.
On the dog park issue, I just want to make sure that the equipment we put in is the newer type equipment that we presently, I believe, do not have at Holland Park, like the doggy drinking fountains and stuff. We're at Holland Park, I believe we're still using water buckets. I don't know if we've upgraded those or not. Maybe our city manager.
I do not know that answer,
But
Vice Mayor, but we can get that to you.
Because we have discussed before those modernized sort of like drinking fountains with lot cleaner. I assume we're going to need lighting. I assume we're going to need security cameras to some degree. So I just want to make sure we put in all the latest stuff, and I'm sure you guys are fine
Councilmember
with it,
Danko,
right?
I know for a fact that our Parks team has been looking at that and upgrading it. And I'll just add too, that part of this development of this park is that, how our existing dog park, we have the stormwater pond within the park, right?
Sure.
And sometimes that can be problematic on the grass and the maintenance, but, this is, the stormwater for this is going to be accommodated outside of the park area.
Sure.
So we won't have a
And
pond.
we need another dog park. There's no question about it.
Yes, sir.
So.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. I think it is still yes, good morning. Thank you for the presentation, the information. This is kind of a question for both staff and probably the applicant as well. I just want clarity on the public benefit piece of this, because page 60 of the packet, and I don't know what slide this is, Mr. Hoover, it's the one where you're describing H under the MPD development criteria. It says that the proposed minor departures from the LDC for the townhome lot sizes are offset by the donation of the land for the public park. But then in the actual MPD agreement, you're stating that the donation of the park is consideration for the rezoning from commercial to residential. So my question is, and I think the concept's great, but what is the public benefit for making these lots smaller and against our LDC? Because when I look at this, I look at the rezoning from commercial to residential being accommodated by the fact that you are giving a public benefit, the dog park's great, but where's the public benefit of going directly against our LDC and making smaller lot sizes and smaller townhome sizes?
So, if we have standard zoning, right, multifamily 1, multifamily 2, single family are standard zoning. If you were to depart from that and go the master plan development route of the zoning, that requires a development agreement. And within the development agreement, there are certain standards that you can so-called deviate from the land development code. In essence, what you're doing here is you're creating an ordinance for this specific project, these standards that would be implemented for a specific project through a master plan development agreement. So our code calls for, I have it in front of me, but, in essence, a public benefit. If you're deviating from, our standard land development code, typically, how would the public benefit from that? So in this case, a public park. The applicant's donating a dog park. It's going to help facilitate to get that dog park open. So they're deviating from the standards of our code, and that is kind of their public benefit. And I guess one can argue from a planning perspective too, if we, look at our comp plan when it talks about providing for alternative housing types, having smaller units, WIFs, and that type of thing. I guess, one can also argue that that is a public benefit because you're providing a diversify of different housing types as well. So, there's different ways of looking at this negotiated agreement between both parties of what is that public benefit. So as far as planning staff, we felt that they met the intent of that.
So I agree with you on the different housing components and the different options. My concern is that this is for the whole development. So it's not like a percentage can deviate from the code. This is, we can stick 60 more units in based on the differences between 22 feet and 19 feet, whatever it is, 19 feet and 25 feet. So I would propose, and I know this is a first reading, I'm not there yet. I would propose that maybe a certain percentage of these townhomes be, deviate from that code. So maybe we say we provide this alternative housing option in 50% or 40% of this community, because we have a code for a reason. We always talk about sticking with what Palm Coast calls for, and I think we're just shoving in a bunch more units. I'm going to be quite candid with you. So I don't know if there's something that, again, it's first read. I don't know if there's something that this is a negotiated agreement, to your point, Mr. Tyner. I know you look like you want to say something.
But, yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to be clear too, that, as far as the code, our land development code does call out for master plan development agreements that they have a right up to 15 units per acre. So they're under this threshold of our land development code when it comes to units. Yeah, they're getting more units, but I felt obligated to call that.
No, and I can appreciate that, and I know it's 7.42 units per acre right now, and I can appreciate that, but it's also commercial right now too. So, I mean, I'm just asking for a little bit of movement on this because, again, at the end of the day, it's dollars for you guys, I get that, but we still have to keep within the spirit of what Palm Coast Code calls for.
And I guess speaking directly to that, that's something we're happy to look at and see what we can do. But I do want to mention just a few other points for consideration, that when we're talking about a rezoning, that we're talking about a pool of entitlements that we're comparing against what we get. That's the nice thing about a plan development. You see it, that's what you get. And when you talk about zoning, you're talking about it a little bit in a vacuum. So if I was looking at this from a comp plan perspective, I'm talking about 20 acres at 15 units per acre, probably over 300 units of multifamily, potentially 100,000 commercial. So in terms of the bucket of entitlements, and not just looking at it simply from a straight zoning perspective, that as long as you meet the compatibility of your comp plan and you're looking to straight zone this, which would have been a possibility, that it's almost, it's bordering on the entitlements part of this, where you can go to a compatible zoning. Saying that it's just strictly commercial isn't necessarily the whole picture. That if you're consistent with your comp plan, that's why there's presumed compatible zoning categories in your comp plan. So, but I do recognize where you're going with this, in that we want to be good neighbors. So if there's a way that we can accommodate the concern, I just don't want to get lost in the minutia of saying that deviating from the local or from your land development code can be a bad thing all the time. It doesn't have to be. That when you're talking about affordability, that how do you accomplish it? Well, that's the point of a negotiated agreement. That how do we reach goals outside of the norm, because the norm doesn't get us there. But that was my 2 cents. But again, if the direction from council is that we can look at this for second reading, we're happy to do it.
Yeah, and I think the project's great. The overall project, I think you all did a fantastic job. I don't have an issue with the concept of the overall project. It's a concept of saying we are going to, for every unit, we have the ability to deviate, rather than adding a component of this being affordability. And I don't know what upscale means, but that doesn't sound very affordable or workforce to me either. So I don't know if there's a little bit of, we're trying to kind of please everybody, and so we're throwing in keywords right now, and I'm not impugning your credibility at all. I'm trying to look out for what my residents are looking for in development They don't want development at all. So at the very least, I need to make sure that a project like this, that I think has some great potential, is still in keeping with what Palm Coast Code calls for and still within the spirit of our housing. The other question I had was, I know the dog park has to be constructed by the time you get COs for 50% of the project. What about the commercial piece? When does that infrastructure, and because it's not super clear on page 9 of the MPD agreement, when does that infrastructure have to be done?
I would love to start tomorrow if I can find the tenant, so. That's part of the problem here, that, trying to encourage those commercial users to say, hey, this is the spot you need to be at, that, that this is where all the rooftops will be, et cetera, that, we're actively trying to engage folks to, take advantage of that commercial node, especially in that neighborhood area. And, some of the questions you get asked are, well, what are you allowed to do? And, well, I can't tell them they're allowed to do what they're allowed to do yet until I get past this process. And, it's not a perfect answer, but, sometimes just my hands are tied on the reality of trying to encourage those folks to be here, because, I can't necessarily tell them that, you can build tomorrow, but at the same time, to get them encouraged to be out here, you got to tell them that, hey, this is where you should be. So, we're actively engaging folks, trying to get somebody out here, but I can't say for now that we have an tenant in mind yet, but those conversations are ongoing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect that, Mayor, and I'm almost done. I wouldn't expect that, but I guess what I'm looking for is the land going to be cleared? Is it, that type of thing, so that, because, there's always the theory of, if it's pad ready, then, you're going to encourage commercial, and that's what we want.
And I guess more directly to that point, yes, that's the goal, that we want it pad ready. We want to make it as easy as possible to get that commercial user there.
So that's my question.
Yes.
When will it be pad ready in accordance with the rest of the timing of this project?
It's simultaneous with it, because
Okay.
it would all happen together, the clearing, the leveling, everything. So, we're doing that at the same,
So
together
then
at the same
I would
time.
like the MPD to be adjusted and amended for that in the case that we do progress this forward, because it's not, on page 9, that's not clear. So if we need to amend this to state that this is the progression of the commercial piece as well.
Yeah, and we have a joint stormwater system, so it all has to happen together. So we're happy to put that clarification in the.
Okay,
We can do that.
MDA.
So, Mr. Tyner, do you have clear direction to what needs to be done prior to the next reading?
Yes.
So there was a question about working with the applicant on looking at the number of units and the deviation from the code, and then secondarily, the timing of the commercial piece. So you'll work with the applicant on that in
Yeah, I think what
advance
I
of our
heard.
next visit?
Yes, sir, but what I heard is to make sure in the code, the timing issue could be addressed by making sure that the infrastructure, that it's pad ready. Because I think once the park, dog park gets constructed and you have people there and it's getting, I think it's going to be, someone's going to be interested in that piece.
Okay. You had something else? No. Additional questions from City Council while we have them up?
I applaud the Councilwoman Pontieri. I think those are great concerns, and I look forward to the adjustments that come back. And in my opinion, I also see the developer's stance where we are making a bit of a this for that in regard of being able to offer diversity in our housing, and I think that's something that we all share agreement. But I'm also with you where something close to $300,000 isn't really affordable in the big scheme of things. But I do appreciate the diversity of housing and having single garages and such. So I appreciate all the efforts and the continued back and forth with our staff.
Councilperson Hyder?
Thank you very much. I would just, for your presentation, but I would just like for you as the builder that's here to consider the possibility of maybe being inclusive of some workforce units.
And the difficulty is that, that word sometimes has a negative connotation depending on who you talk to, and I'm one that actually, I understand the need for workforce housing.
Well, I don't consider workforce when you're talking about our first responders, our firefighters.
Oh, of course.
I don't see where there's a negative connotation with that.
I agree. And
these are people that keep our community safe and up and running, so they need housing also.
Oh, and I did not mean to impugn that on blanket-wise. In terms of affordability, though, that it really is, although it is a quality project, we are trying to keep it affordable. That, in terms of construction costs, it's really a question of linear runs. So when you're talking about how much line does it take to get to the next house, how much pavement are you putting down, that, those are really the considerations from a developer's perspective on how affordable a unit can be. And and that's really our focus. That's who we're trying to capture. We're trying to get those folks that say, hey, this can be your first starter home, that, if you want to move to this community, that there's a place for you. And, we're right there with you. That's our goal, and I appreciate the comment.
It's a place to start.
Yes.
Thank you.
I love the design of this. I love the concept. I think you guys have done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So if there are no further questions from the applicant, I'll turn this over to public comment and ask members of the public to step forward.
Good morning, Nicole Dernberger, Palm Coast. I have a few questions. There's a lot of single-family homes that are planning to be built, which of course requires, they probably have families with kids, which require daycares, maybe even playgrounds. Love dogs, have one of my own. But also with these single families, with our youth, we need to invest in our youth so they stay into Palm Coast, they raise their families, they give back to the community. And if there are no jobs for them to do, and I understand the commercial aspect, it's a little bit difficult to get, but do we have some sort of board of people that actually are putting an effort into recruiting other companies other than Publix? Is there like a board in Palm Coast or anybody? I mean, what's the effort that's being done to recruit, companies to come in so we can make a community?
Are you referring to our Department of Economic Development, perhaps?
I mean, it could be. I'm not sure. It's just that I see that there's a lot of single-family building, which I think growth is fantastic. But it also has to be smart. And if you don't have jobs for your people, they're not going to stay here. So we do have to invest in our youth so they can raise their families, they have their daycares, they have their playgrounds, so we can actually be like a true community that engages with one another. So, and I think commercial business, I think somebody really has to take an effort and I don't know how it's done, but you guys give me carte blanche and, I'll go figure it out.
So my recommendation would be, if you would, talk to the city manager and perhaps set an appointment with the folks that are responsible for economic development. I think that would be a good starting point.
Okay.
And make your points there and find out how those fit into, their planning going forward.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there, yes, sir.
Dennis McDonald. Nice mix of properties, the way it was done. Guy's making a really good effort to make something that's affordable and workable. And it's got some nice step-down components to it with the commercial. One of the things I did want to comment, though, on is that having built this stuff for my entire adult life, my biggest complaint was always parking. We live in suburbia. We are a car society. Now, you may move into the bigger cities and you have a very different, way of life, but a lot of cars. And your sheriff's department's going to get, I'm sure he gets lots of calls, on fights and different problems that break out because of parking. So when you start to bring down the density, as you're doing here by reducing the size of the lots, and I understand the effort that's being made there, parking is going to be your big issue, and just because you're giving it over to a dog park or whatever that's going to be, turned over to the general public, the big key here is the density of the living unit, and the living unit is, stop and think about your neighbors. How many of you have a neighbor, that's got a garage full of stuff and their cars are outside? We all have one. Pretty much, right? If not, and we're lucky if we only have one. So that's pretty much what you're faced with here, and it's gonna happen. There's no way to and so maybe that should be a restriction. There should be put on these units that you must park your car in the garage, okay? And there are ways that you can possibly do that. So that was just one comment I wanted to make, and the other one was, when I was sitting here listening to this, I was gonna leave, and then I heard this thing come up, and I heard the talk about the mixed use and such, and that's really a good idea. But yet, I sat here listening to this, but yet because we just went through the knocking down of thousands of square feet of our good commercial space that we've used for years, that we all relied upon with one particular building, and turned it into a gas station. So I don't understand how we can have a planning department that 1 minute, okay, wants to do nice mix like this, okay, where you have great step down, and yet we've taken away a key component on the east side of 95 that everybody relied on for their commercial space. Thousands of square feet disappeared, and what do we get? We got a second gas station. That absolutely makes no sense. And I got to tell you something, from a guy who's done this for development for my whole life, this is nothing more than planning 101 failure. Absolutely. That was a huge mistake to knock that down and make that into a gas station. And you can't let this stuff go on and happen anymore. And just because it's in an MPD doesn't, we should all get it.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public? Yes.
Hi, Ken McDowell. I'd like for someone in this room, all around me, to explain to me what is affordable housing? What's affordable? What's affordable for you or us may not be affordable for someone else. So quit using that stupid term. Affordable? Come on. That's a joke. And because I'll leave it at that, because it infuriates me when I hear that word, affordable housing, okay? It's a very nebulous term. The other thing is, I'm asking for every city employee that's employed by our tax dollars and our elected officials to take advantage of our state's attorney, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and or Auditor General, and become a whistleblower. I know the city has a whistleblower program. I can imagine no one's ever used it before. We need our employees, if they've seen something or know something, to say something, okay? We need whistleblowers. You will be anonymous, you will not be exposed, and you can, if you've seen something wrong, you can report it. But the state's attorney's office right over here in Volusia County, their door's open. They want to hear about it. Florida Department of Law Enforcement wants to hear about it. State Auditor General, I've spoken to them. They want to hear about it. Of course, they suggest petitions. But we need whistleblowers to expose this bad inner city government, the sub-government. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak about this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais. Any additional comment or discussion?
Other than if someone can find me affordable housing in Beverly Hills or even Brentwood, I'll take it. It's a hard issue. It's a very hard issue to define.
Anyone else?
And I agree.
Yeah, Mr. McDowell, I'd like to thank you for that comment, because I too feel absolutely the same way about the use of that word, affordable housing, because what is affordable? When I say workforce housing, I'm talking about housing that is for people that are working in this community, that have jobs, that have families, and they need somewhere to live so that they can remain here in Palm Coast. And it's not happening. They're leaving. So it absolutely, when you use the word affordable, the first thing people think of, now that has a negative connotation. Because the first thing they think is subsidized housing, government housing. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Thank you.
All right. Is that your comment?
That's it.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just one last comment. I want to thank staff for the work on this with the applicant. I know I can see the work that went into this. I appreciate it, and I look forward to the second read if this moves forward, working on some of the things to make this just slightly more compatible with the city. So thank you.
Very good. So with that, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to
Seconded.
approve today, and a second by Councilperson Clufus. So let's do a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko,
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder,
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus,
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri,
I'm not quite there yet, no.
Mayor Alfin.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
So we now move to item H, and I believe it's number 5, Counselor. If you would read that into the record for us, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance concerning the 2023 amendment to the Marina Village MPD Development Agreement, application number 5448, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the 2023 amended and restated Master Plan Development MPD Development Agreement for the 89-acre Marina Village Master Plan Development, but limited to amending the portion of the MPD located east of Colbert Lane and north of Roberts Road, providing for a reduction in commercial gross floor area from 160,500 square feet to 103,000 square feet, providing for an increase in residential units from 663 to 1,085, providing for revised development standards, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. City Council, this is a quasi-judicial matter, so if you've had any ex parte communications regarding this request, please disclose them on the record now.
I've had none.
None.
I'll ask, I've had none either, so I'll ask Councilperson Hyder when she gets back. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Senior Planner Bill Hoover will have the presentation, followed by the applicant has a presentation as well.
The Marina Village MPD, it's located at the northeast corner of Roberts Road and Colbert Lane. This MPD is on both sides of Colbert Lane, but the amendment only affects the portion shown in yellow, which is east of Colbert Lane. The owner of the 67 acres located east of Colbert Lane wants to amend the 89-acre MPD. The Lighthouse Harbor apartments are located on the west side, and that's also part of this MPD. They did receive a development order to commence so that they could start construction for 240 apartments over there this spring. The subject site and Lighthouse Harbor Apartments to the west and then lands to the south are all designated mixed use on the future land use map. You can see to the north is the Marina del Palma. That's in yellow, that's residential. Additionally, to the southeast portion of the site, we got additional residential. And then east of the site is Flagler County designation of industrial, where the boat manufacturer is. And then to the west of the site, in the northwest area, you can see some conservation and then some recreation, open space, and some agricultural lands. This shows the current zoning on the property, which is, it's already MPD. Lands to the south are MPD, as well as to the north, we have the Del Palma MPD. And then to the east is the Flagler County Industrial. This site was developed back in 1952 as the Lehigh Cement Plant. Palm Coast Holdings purchased the site back in 2004. In 2006, the Flagler County Commissioners approved the original Marina Village PUD, or planned unit development. It was amended 2 years later, and this amendment allowed 160,500 square feet of commercial gross floor area, 511 residential units, a marina with 80 wet slips, and 200 dry boat storage spaces. In 2019, the City Council increased the residential units from 511 to 663. And then in December 2020, a minor amendment was administratively approved. And a minor amendment is what it is. It's very minor. So they shifted 40 units east of Colbert Lane to west of Colbert Lane, and they sold that off for 240 units, and that became Lighthouse Harbor Apartments. And so that dropped the unit count east of the road down to 423 units. The Lighthouse Palm Coast Holdings, LLC, purchased the land east of Colbert Lane, the 67 acres, on October 10th of last year, and their intent was to develop a high-density, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly community oriented around the Marina Basin. So this is a table to show you what's actually happening with, we already have an MPD. We got 160,000 square feet of residential units. Now in this table, I'm just showing you the residential units east of Colbert Lane. So we got 240 on the west side at the apartment. So these numbers are not in this table. So they want to go from 423 units to 845 units, which is an increase of 422 units. And in return, they are dropping 57,500 square feet of commercial uses. They're dropping the multifamily height on tracks 2, 3, 5, and 7 from 60 feet down to 35 feet. And then the townhome lots on 2, 3, and 5.
Bill, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the slide says existing MPDs at 95 feet for height, and the proposed is 60 feet, resulting in a 35-foot reduction.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. The way that you stated it sounded like the maximum height was 35, so I just wanted to clarify that.
No, so the maximum height, it will be 60 feet for multifamily. If they develop townhomes on lots 2, 3, 5, and 7, then the existing MPD caps townhomes at 35 feet. So they would like to have that go to 45 feet, which allows you to do, let's say, 3-story townhomes instead of 2-story. Additionally, the minimum lot size, as we were just talking about, is 2,500 square foot for a townhome. They would like to drop that to 2,000 square feet. The minimum lot width was not specified in the previous master plan development, so it defers back to the land development code, which we know again is 25 feet for a townhome. They would like to drop that to 20 feet. So what they're asking for is a 10-foot height increase on townhomes, a 500 square foot lot size reduction, and a 5-foot minimum lot width reduction. A couple other changes are there's no landscape buffer along the north side required in the existing master plan development. They have offered to provide a 10-foot buffer C up there. And then one other change are multifamily units. Have you probably seen on some of all these apartment projects coming through, we require garages for 30% of those units. They have requested that they could do architecturally designed carports instead of that, at their choice on how many. So they could have 30% of the units having carports in lieu of garages. So we do have garages over on Bulldog Drive at the southeast corner of Central Avenue and Bulldog. And so staff went over it, we took some pictures of this, so they would be locked in that if the city council approves these carports, they would have to look similar in design to what you're seeing here. And in the next slide, you can also see there's a ceiling underneath there. So it is finished underneath the roof there. So this is the master plan development track map. Okay, if we go to the southwest corner of the project, you can see that's track 4. We got commercial uses there. We got commercial uses north of there on track 3. And then we also have commercial uses on track 6, where the boat stack house is intended to be located, as well as a potential hotel, yacht club, or that might even be multifamily over there. So tract 8 would have commercial uses because that's where the 80 wet slips would be located. The gas pumps, I guess you could say that the gas lines would have to go out when you're putting fuel in there. So all of tract 8 is allowed for commercial uses, very similar to Harborside, what we saw on that project.
And real quick, just track 6 is intended to have the same style of boat storage facility that is basically the concierge service, where that's where they'd be stored, similar to like what's right next door to it?
I think so. The applicant, maybe, when they get up and do their presentation, may have a definite answer, but I think that's the intent.
Understood, thanks.
May I ask a quick question since we got a pause in the presentation? I didn't see reference to the gas lines or fuel depot or anything anywhere in the materials. Is that going to be specifically stated somewhere?
On the construction materials, it just needs to be compatible. So they'll have to have an architectural plan for the whole project. And based on this area, I would expect that their clientele for purchasing in this project is going to be rather high-end. So the architectural, I would expect, would be high-end. And then they would set up an architectural review committee for, these projects as they come through.
Well, I'm referring to fuel as a part of the marina. So you just mentioned a gas line. Did you?
Right, so all marinas pretty much have gas services available, and you can see it would be over there on the east side of tract 8. So the more industrial part of the marina is intended to be on the east side over where they would store the boats. So
Okay.
you'd have a boat stack house that would go up there next to the marina. That's where you would have gas, you would sell ice, and those kind of facilities.
Sure, I guess what I'm looking for, and maybe when you work with the applicant on this is the first read, something that specifically states that the ability to fuel up will in fact be here, because I don't think it's stated anywhere in these materials specifically. I could be wrong, I might have missed it, but.
I don't think there's a requirement in there that they have to provide gas services.
And I think that should be a requirement for a marina. That's all, that's just a suggestion as far as when we're looking at what we're actually requiring as a part of this project.
Okay, we can certainly ask the applicant when they come up here if they would agree to that standard.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time the applicant did say they would provide that gas service, as long as it's profitable. In other words, if it.
Different.
Huh?
Different development.
This is a different.
Different, yeah.
Oh,
this one's
sorry,
different.
sorry, you're right,
But
you're
that-
right,
but,
you're right, right.
But to Councilperson Pontieri's point, it's just a question. Is there a permit requirement that has to be obtained from some government agency in order
Permit for
to make
fuel lines?
What's that?
A permit for fuel lines?
Yes.
Yeah, it goes through
So
DEP.
just to add to that, they'd have to demonstrate their ability to obtain a permit.
Right.
Okay. Well,
I think would be part of the construction plan that you want to see.
well, I think that they need to go ahead and see if that's going to be a possibility. And we should probably know that while we're in the planning phase of this, so.
This is the master plan development conceptual plan. Obviously, it's very hard to see, so we got to blow up on this slide. And the development is intended to start at the marina and then go in a clockwise manner. So you can see the 200 boat stack house over there. The next to that is a potential yacht club, restaurant, hospitality, which could be a hotel. They're also allowed to do multifamily. On that, you wouldn't have a huge project because a lot of Track 6, where that is located, you can see that they have 2 large stormwater ponds south of there, plus a wetland area that's being preserved. So as this would move clockwise down at about the 6 o'clock position, you can see residential, then a pond at the corner of the intersection of, which is Track 4. That's designated as general commercial. Now, when we get to the west side of the marina, they've got a public area that they're showing in the light green, right where I've got mixed uses typed over the top there. And so that's intended to be a mixture of commercial and multifamily or townhomes. And then as it goes to the final stages, which would be to the north of the project, you've got additional residential up there. There would be no commercial on the north side of the marina. So looking at the project to the north, which is a sister community to this thing, that's 109 acres, and it was adopted by the City Council and ordinance back in December 2017. It's approved, and you can see it's already getting developed on the west side for 154 40-foot wide single-family lots. And on the east side, it's approved for 461 multifamily units that are allowed to go up to 95 feet high. And they also have a marina with a boat stack house that goes 70 foot high. And then in the thumb piece, which is along Colbert Lane and then at the very northwest corner, they're allowed to have about 45,000 square feet of commercial uses. So we've already went through this 5 review criteria on the previous project, so I won't burden you with that. We've got detailed findings in the staff report. So staff findings specifically are that the project would not create a nuisance, hazard, or any compatibility issues as it's located in a neighborhood where services are already available, and the maximum building height is being reduced on 4 of the tracks from 95 feet to 60 feet, which will make the project more compatible with neighboring properties. And the MPD amendment does support 7 goals, policies, or objectives of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. Okay, in this case, we've got an MPD again, so we have to review it with the 12 criteria of section 2.0904 of the Land Development Code. Essentially, C and D, is this project compatible with within the project and then outside with neighboring projects? Staff's findings are that it will have a common architectural theme and a pedestrian-friendly environment. The 35-foot height reduction on 4 of the lots will be compatible with the, will make it more compatible with neighboring properties. And then H and K are more referring to benefits to the community based on the departure of their standards from the Land Development Code and then impact on the economy of the affected area. So the public marina is a key public benefit. The public will have jobs being provided during construction. It will provide housing for residents. Additionally, the marina with 80 wet slips and 200 dry slips and one or two expected restaurants that are on the waterfront will provide a long-term economic stimulus for our residents. We held a public participation meeting at the Hilton Garden Inn on July 12th. We had 10 members from the public. I believe all those attended were from the Marina del Palma community, directly to the north, and I think the majority were on those 154 single-family lots. And the key concern they had was, how does this project affect their home? And so they were happy they were getting a 10-foot buffer they didn't have before. They were happy with the 35-foot height reduction. And that's two things. They knew the project's going to get developed sometime because it's already approved. So they're really not getting anything too much different, except that the applicant is requesting more residential units than they had before and dropping commercial. So this project would come back to City Council in a few weeks for the second hearing. Staff would review any preliminary plats and the construction drawings that go along with those. The applicant would construct the subdivision infrastructure, and then the final plat would come back to City Council. So any multifamily units that are not townhomes would come through the city as technical site plans. If they're over 40 units, they go to the planning board. If it hits 100 units, it goes to comes to the City Council also. And the staff would review all building permits. The planning board looked at this project on July 19th. No one from the public spoke regarding it. By a 7-0 vote, they found it in compliance with the comprehensive plan, recommended approval to City Council, subject to one condition about cement kiln dust remediation. The applicant sent a big lengthy report in from an environmental firm out of Jacksonville about a week ago, and our environmentalist and Mr. Tyner reviewed this and found it didn't quite get there all the way, so they provided additional documentation last night about 4:30, and our environmentalist and Mr. Tyner have reviewed that and found that it now meets that requirement in this condition, so staff is suggesting that the condition can now be removed. So the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board recommends that City Council approve this 2023 amendment to the Marina Village MPD application number 5448, and then subject to the following condition that staff recommends would now be removed. So the applicant is here and does have a presentation.
And at the second reading, if this is passed, we'll make sure, because we got that information on the kiln dust late, so we'll make sure it's in your, if this moves forward, in your package next time, or available for your review.
Good morning. Michael Schimento for the applicant. Doug Jeffert is a principal in the organization, and he's here to answer any questions that you may have. And we also have our traffic engineer here to answer anything that may. So this project has been since 2004. I've been pleasure to work on it since that time. Obviously, we had the recession, and it's always been the intent of the county and city that this become a sort of an urban mixed-use center that would be not only for the residents there, but for the public and the citizens of Palm Coast. This project's gone through a couple of owners, and Doug and his company here are here to make it go vertical and make it a fruition, come to fruition. So just a couple of things we've been working with staff As you can see, you've already seen all this. This is just a basic summary of what Bill's already provided you as to what the key components are in this change. Essentially, it'll add 400 residential units. We're going to drop the commercial component from 160 something to about 100,000. So, and then at the request of some of the residents along the northern edge, we've dropped the maximum height down to 60 feet. To give you a sense of the commercial that was approved, to give you some scale on this site, the Staples Shopping Center that you all are familiar with has about 80,000 square feet of commercial, with the Staples building being about 25 or 30,000 of that. City Island Walk, to give you some scale, with the Publix and the Hobby Lobby, is about 180,000 square feet. Without them, all the rest of the retail is about 110,000 square feet. And then the Flagler Beach Shopping Plaza on State Road 100 is about 60,000 square feet. So reducing it down to this 100,000 square feet, you can see kind of the scale on this piece of property that will be, that we're asking for. Another interesting component to this is that we have to remember this is not commercial uses for big boxes or even medium-sized boxes that you see. Most of these will end up being part of the ship store and the retail component, as well as boutique retail and services that are probably pertinent to not only the public, but the transient nature in which a marina is indicative of, and also the community. So again, the applicant here has come up with his opinion that this mix and change is necessary in order to make the commercial uses viable, long-term, and consistent with the concept of a marina neighborhood village. We've been through the track map. You can see that. We've lowered tracks 2 and 7 from 95 down to 60, from 95 feet down to 60 feet. Mr. Hoover indicated to you that the project to the north of you has a tower at 95 feet with their condominiums, as well as their boat storage facility. So when you envision this whole thing as it comes together over the next few years, you'll kind of see this urban marina feel yacht club community that are not only servicing the residents that have bought in there, but will also be part of our community and open to the public. In an effort to kind of get you there, this is the latest plan. Over the last 20 years, it's gone from bubble plans down to sort of some concepts. This plan in front of you is what I'll call hard engineered. We've actually done some significant layouts with engineering. We have a plan on how we'll phase this thing into the future, and we'll continue on from there and come back with actual plans for each track as necessary. The first phase of this actually is we've already dug part of the marina basin, as you can see on some of the aerials. But what our next step is to start putting in the seawalls, and also then start building the storage facility and partnering with active marina operators so that we can get the ship store, the gas facility we'll address, and then from there move around into the multifamily and retail component along the southern edge of the basin. We intend to start construction and finishing the basin and the marina portion later this fall. We have all our permits. They've been in place for a significant time, and they've been renewed. So this is...
Mr. Chimento, can I just stop you for a second, since you mentioned the permits?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you already gotten the permit that Mayor Alphen was referring to with regards to being able to sell fuel at this marina? Or, I guess, necessary approvals, whatever. I don't pretend to know exactly what you'll need.
Yes, yes. I mean, we have the permits to do the basin and to do a marina. I don't know what specific permit we need to get fuel.
Sorry, I'm making you get up.
I'm Doug Jeffords with Lighthouse Holding. Thank y'all for letting me be here, and it is still this morning. Yes, it is a full-service marina. So we have boat service, fuel, ship store, as well as dry storage, open to the public initially. Now, at some point in time in the future, if this whole development gets 100% built out and there's enough demand, that may change, but that's far, far distant in the future. With regards to a fuel tank permit, we have not applied for that yet. That is typically done in other locations where I've done fuel tanks, gas stations, when you do your building permit and you go through that specific portion of the development. What we do have in hand today is we have our St. John's Water Management District permit for this development, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers permits in hand. So we're ready to start on the Marina Basin.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry, while I have you up there, just so I can get this question out. So, much of the permitting for this project has been done in the past. There's obviously a new emphasis, really from the governor on down, on resiliency. So I guess my question is, I'd like to be comfortable knowing that as you're digging a marina, which will become kind of the heart of this community, that it is being built with resiliency in mind, so that should you get a significant storm surge, that your basin can handle that, so you're not going to flood out in your own community.
Understood. And the terminology in the marina world, as I'm learning, is this is a hurricane hole. In
Okay.
that the building itself will be designed to withstand whatever the wind load it needs to be designed, and we're protected from the tide based on the location of this marina basin, and then the height of the seawall from mean sea level up to should be sufficient to
So it's that,
address all the
it's
concerns.
the should-be part I'd like just to hear a little bit more on next time you come back. I just want to be comfortable that,
I'll have to get the engineers to
Right.
speak to specific
Understood.
elevations.
Understood. Okay.
On the flood map and all that good stuff.
thank you.
These waters would be tidal controlled though, correct? Yeah, absolutely. They'd be tidal controlled, so, yeah.
The intercoastal.
And then who is going to be responsible to maintain this?
It'll be an association and/or the commercial owner of the marina facility itself.
And to what extent? So if we're looking at, I mean, how far out, essentially, to the point where it connects to the rest of the waterway, I'm assuming?
So we can go back to this picture here. This is the extent of our property. The canal that at dead ends, you can see in front of the existing boat docks. That's waters of the state. There is an owner of the fee of the land underneath, but it's all navigable and controlled and open to the public.
Okay, so the association will be responsible for maintaining, dredging if necessary, all of the area that we see outlined in yellow?
Yes, ma'am, our property.
Perfect.
So back to the vision. This is just a picture. If you were to be coming in from the intercoastal down the canal, you can see what the plan in a vertical sense is. On the bottom left-hand side is the storage facility for the dry storage for the boats. As we move further down, you see that concept of a ship store, marina, village center, possibly condos and/or hotel, depending upon the actual users. And moving around the basin. On the north side, which is the right side, those are the areas that they've lowered it to the 60 feet, and you'll see condominiums, townhouses, and the like, trying to make a mixed-use neighborhood product. And then when we come in, and you can also see, just point of reference for the next frame, at the back end, you'll see a long pier, and that's sort of what we envision to be the marina dock harbor master, as they call it. So now as we come around from the west, looking east, this is what we intend to see, a marcation of where that dockmaster store was or location. And you can see we've provided open space, green space for the public. We intend to and believe that it'll precipitate public events that'll be put forth by some of the shops and or marina itself. So this is kind of the vision, creating a village center, urban in nature, complementary to the project to the north, in which not only the residents, but the entire Flagler County public and some of our visitors that we think will come here and create an opportunity for some tourism also. So I don't have anything else specific.
The only other question I have is if you could include in the, in the next agenda package, just a brief explanation as to why the first test for kiln dust was whatever it was and the second one is okay. I just want to understand why there was a difference.
Certainly.
Why it improved.
We'll provide that next time. So
other questions while we
I
have,
have no questions.
No questions.
I just think it's important to emphasize the quality and the vision behind this project. This is a tremendous project, and it's going to be really complementary to the development to the north, and I think it's just on us to have the communication with the public to let them know that although this may be in, upward number in total units, that this is still the vision, and this is a high-quality product that's going to be produced.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So at this point, we'll just wait and address any comments from the public or any that you may have.
So if there are no other questions, yes,
I
question?
just, a few things with staff. Again, love the project conceptually, I think it's a great idea. But I've learned that we're at the max units per acre, 15 units per acre with, if the requested increase is approved. And again, we're shrinking the size of the townhomes per LDC. So I don't mind getting rid of the commercial component, because I think there is still a lot of commercial, and I agree with the applicant's position that these will be a lot of boutique shop, things like that. My concerns are similar to Harborside. What is requiring there to be a hotel, a restaurant, specifically Waterside? Because that's how this vision comes together. This vision is nothing but a hole with water in it and residential units surrounding it with maybe some commercial somewhere mixed in, unless we force it to be so. And I get it, there's property rights and all of those things, but as we're looking to reduce the commercial and grant the extra residential, I think that we also need to make sure that certain things, the integrity of what we're actually looking at, holds true. So on tract number 3, which is where we're seeing this green space, is there anything that we can do to make sure that this green space stays here? Because I think that this could provide a really cool component to this project, but being that it's a mixed use, I don't think there's anything that requires this green space to be here. It seems to me this could be developed, it could be residential, it could be commercial. I mean, this green space could very well go away. Am I wrong?
So we can, you know, it's part of their vision. So what we can do between first and second reading is work with the applicant to make sure, what I'm hearing, to try to get more assurances within the development agreement of what the applicant illustrated to you this morning.
And then on this as well, I don't, again, if we're looking at residential versus commercial, how can we guarantee that in all tracks too? I think the other track that had the proposed, I don't know, is it track 6 that has a proposed restaurant and hotel? Is that the correct track number? I mean, is there anything that we can do to really preserve the nature of what's being portrayed here more than us just saying, yeah, this is what we'd like to do, and when push comes to shove, we may put more or try to put as many residents in because we got approval for so many, and now we're just going to shove them in, and we get rid of these really cool components that we see on these renderings. That's what I'm fearful of, and what I don't want to see get away from us.
Understand? Yep.
So, I mean, as you all work together, I would like there to be some more assurances, similar to my, you know, the flags that I raised with Harborside. I appreciate that this will be a full-service marina, that we will have a guaranteed fuel depot, and I think the concept is great, but just work together. I would like to see the townhomes comply with our LDC. I don't think that we need to shrink townhomes in this development. And ensure, even the applicant's attorney said, well, it could be a hotel and or condos. Okay, well, we need a hotel. We need the bed tax. We need the diversification of revenues. So certain things that we can do, again, don't mind getting rid of the commercial square footage based on what we know about commercial these days, but being at 15 units per acre at the max concerns me, and then not ensuring that some of these really cool components that we've seen on these renderings concerns me as well. So I would like to see some more work made in that regard.
I'm just confused about one thing. Who's going to build the hotel? We can't force a hotel to just come here. They have to have a reason. It's not that we need a hotel. It would be the hotel needs us, and eventually we may create that environment, but we just can't.
So, Vice Mayor, I think, so I understand your question, and I also understand Councilperson Pontieri. So, obviously, no hotel is going to go vertical until there's a business model that would support it. It would seem to me that the presentation today, and I think we all agree, looks better with that amenity or with that added to it. It does require a profitable business model. But I would add, as part of the assurance, that this would be, I'm guessing, or I think, the second only gas fill-up on this part of the Intracoastal Way within Palm Coast, certainly. So I would think that, I mean, that alone is a pretty big magnet, which certainly would represent a profitable business model and would attract the type of people that would
sort of make a hotelier interested in developing there. I just don't want to lose sight of that. That's a very special component, the fact that that's the only other place you can get gas.
Between St. Augustine and
Correct,
Daytona.
correct. So I agree, and we'll try to ask for those assurances as you work with the applicant, okay?
Yes, sir.
Questions, additional comment? No? So I should open up to public comment at this time. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Yes, sir.
Dennis McDonald. Two comments. You're reducing the commercial. I hear you talk about increasing taxes and, producing a commercial tax base all the time. So you're decreasing you're increasing residential and you're adding commercial. Kind of sounds like you're going the wrong way on that one to me. As far as could you put the map up that shows the boat plant next door? You had it. It's actually the Whaler plant now. You had it listed as the old name.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. How's that?
No, you had there was one up where you actually showed the boat facility in
The old
in
Sea Ray
county.
plant you're talking about, right?
Right.
Yep, not the boat storage facility, but the old Sea Ray. I think it was one of the
No,
first
the
slides.
manufacturing facility in the other county. I don't want to see just Palm Coast. If I'm living down there and you're going to be responsible for everybody who does, you need to be conscious of what's going on in the county. Show me the county piece. You've got a map there. It was in blue.
I think it was one of the first slides. Oh, you were all the way back. I don't know.
So are we talking about our presentation?
I thought I saw the slide you were
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald, I think you're talking about the last one, because I remember the map on the south end, it had Flagler County. That was the last presentation.
Right, there was a sliver in there, there was Flagler County land, and then it showed the manufacturing, big manufacturing facility that's right up again, right close to this, right?
I don't think it was in my presentation.
Well, scroll down.
Nick, do we see it?
I thought I saw something that said Sea Ray
Right.
earlier. That's the only thing I thought I
Scroll
saw.
through it quickly, see if you spot it.
I thought I saw Sea Ray something on there earlier, but
Are we talking about wanting to see where the Ray site is?
I think that's what he.
Yeah.
So that's on the aerial. I mean, if you go back to the aerial, you
Yeah.
can see it
Okay.
on the right-hand side there. That's outside of the property. There it is.
Okay.
That's the facility
Well,
to the right.
there was one more that was done up in colors, but at any rate, so it's right next to this facility. We don't want this facility to go away. It produces jobs for our county. Remember when it was empty and everybody was crying about the fact that we lost all these jobs? Now they're back. So do we really want to create a problem with these guys that are a major employer for our county? No, we don't. So do we want to put ourselves in a situation where you're building something that's going to be confrontational later down the road, all right? And these people close up shop, leave, take all their jobs for workforce with them, all right? And so where are we then? You got to think of the big picture on this stuff completely. So, and my last comment would be essentially this: the silica dust. I've been here for well over 20 years. We've all talked about and known about the silica dust and what went on with Lehigh. I think that getting a report at the last minute at 4:30 in the afternoon just doesn't smell right to me, okay? And number two, you're listening to a consultant, okay? I would want to hear from people at the state who know about this, but more importantly, the EPA people. And there was a federal lawsuit on this property way back in the 80s, and the feds were involved in it. And so I don't know if any of that would be needed to circle back on. But you need to be really careful with that stuff, because you can get in there, you can be constructing, and all of a sudden this stuff is in the atmosphere, and you've got all those people down there that are living. Because you got to remember that we actually, the county got in trouble a number of years ago, and they got slammed the maximum fine for tearing down the old hospital without a permit. And the reason you needed to tear that down that way is that you needed to be able to get it disposed of the proper way. But you also have to worry about ACMs, okay, and you tear it down wet. And so you don't want to impact anybody in the neighborhood. But proximity is the big thing, and we want to maintain those jobs. Thank you.
Does the applicant want to answer? Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry, I apologize, Mayor. I have a couple more questions. On page 6,
Want to let the
there, it's actually the applicant,
question right away, you want to wait?
well, they can answer the question right away. I just want to make sure. I have a couple more questions
Go
about the
ahead, all right,
MPD. On page 16 of the MPD, the proposed, where it says model homes, it says up to 5 model homes can be constructed. This will not be as a part of the commercial component, correct? I want to make sure that these model homes are not considered a part of the commercial component or square footage or anything. I just want to make sure, I mean, that's not commercial. That should be considered part of the residential. And then section 10.19 says rental program. Developer reserves the right to place all or any portion of the project's residential units in a rental program operated by the developer, developer's affiliates, or any third-party rental program operators approved by developer. What does that mean, and why are we allowing the developer to rent units possibly in this? I've never seen anything like that in an MPD, so just some explanation as to what that means. No, thank you.
So we're, just so everybody's clear, we're still in public comment now.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize,
Do you want more
Mayor.
public comment, and then I'll come up and answer?
That's okay, we'll get through that, but public comment is still open. Good.
So go ahead. Okay. As it relates to Sea Ray, one of the things that Sea Ray, now Whaler, all owned by Brunswick, we have over the last 15 years coordinated and worked with that company in order to maintain sufficient buffers. When this was first done in the teens, we actually had Sea Ray as part of our team and coordinated the buffer so that any residential uses, permanent residential uses, adjacent to them were minimized. So if you'll notice on the plan, the residential uses are more to the western side. So that's actually part of it. So yes, we have. Sea Ray was at our meeting, or I should say Whaler was at our meeting, and we've been communicating with them because, as you can see on the north side of them, they have another residential component that has their condominium, their boat facility, as well as their dockage.
I'm sorry, just out of curiosity, do they have their own gas at Whaler?
To the best of my knowledge, they do.
They do?
Mhm. I mean, they did at some point in time.
Sorry?
They did as a few years ago, but I don't know. I mean, I can't see what they have. But that's all for them. That's not open to the public. The model home issue, that's fine. That'll be a point of clarity. The rental program. So this has been in there for years because of the concern and the clarity. So this isn't anything new to it. The city of Palm Coast does not have any prohibitions against rentals. We all know about the transient rental program at the state level that some communities are concerned about, and we wanted it to be part of ours so that if something happened at the state level that we would have been grandfathered in. Usually that's probably going to be, as you can see, we have apartment areas that can be rentals, we have townhomes that can be rentals, and that can actually be beneficial to the tourism component to this development that we think is a significant factor. So again, it's always been in there. This hasn't changed, and it was just a remnant from the 2000 teens, as we'll say.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Questions? No questions? So public comment is still open. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Any final discussion from City Council today? Mr. Tyner, you have a list of directives that City Council has offered. Are you clear? Do you need any more detail from us?
No, sir, I think I'm clear.
You're good?
Thank you.
Very good, okay. Any other questions? I will in a minute, go ahead.
No, I just, again, want to clarify that I think this is an awesome project. As far as the small concerns that I have, I thank staff and the applicant. Please go back to the drawing board a little bit more to just make sure that this project is not, there's not too many residential units. It's not, I know 15s is allowed, but making sure that the townhomes and the specs are within the LDC if possible, if the applicant and the city are willing to go that far. And I mean, I look forward to the project getting started because this is exciting for the city.
And Councilperson Pontieri, since you were kind enough to volunteer to be our representative to the collaborative meetings that were last hosted at Flagler Beach, as was suggested, I think if we
fly up a little bit and look at a kind of a regional view, I think this project has the ability to have a positive economic impact, not just on the city of Palm Coast, but unincorporated Flagler, which is right next door to the project, but also to Flagler Beach, quite frankly, in terms of you're going to probably increase boat traffic. When in fact they have boat up restaurants, I think you're going to be adding something positive to the entire area there, which I think, I agree with you, is also a big plus.
Specifically, if we can guarantee a waterside restaurant and hotel.
Well, of course, absolutely. Not in competition with those on Flagler Beach, but I think that the folks on Flagler Beach will see some benefit from a large-scale project like this as well, and they've already indicated that they would, they would love to see additional projects that would create economic impact that would affect them as well. So I think it's all good, and I'm not sure it was the intention, but I think that's a secondary benefit that I just want everybody to be aware of. So what I will do, as soon as Councilperson Hyder returns, is I will go ahead and ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
So the Vice Mayor makes a motion to approve.
I will second.
And I have a second from Councilperson Clufus. Is there any further discussion by City Council? Then I'll go ahead with a roll call, please.
Okay. Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Affirmative.
Councilmember Pontieri?
No.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so we now move down to the section of the agenda that calls for resolutions. And I believe number 6 would be first up. Councilor, if you would go ahead and read that in for us.
Of course, Mayor. This is a resolution concerning the Old Kings Road North widening, Phase 2. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving an amendment to the DRMP Inc. contract for design modifications for the Old Kings Road North widening Phase 2 design, providing authorization to execute, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Yes, good afternoon. Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering Department. So I'm here to talk about the Old Kings Road North widening Phase 2 project. This is north of Palm Coast Parkway, extending up towards Forest Grove, and I have a graphic here that we'll get into. This project has been underway for many years. You can see the check boxes. This is a DOT process that the city goes through and every other entity goes through to move a transportation project through the DOT system. There's long-range planning, there's a PD&E study, there's a design phase, and a right-of-way acquisition phase, and then the last phase is construction. And the entire corridor from Palm Coast Parkway to Forest Grove Drive is at that construction phase. It's on the TPO's priority list. This was a project Phase 2 that the city sought and was appropriated funding from the legislature. So we are currently working with DOT. Those funds will be coming through DOT as a grant. So we're working with DOT on the actual agreement for this. But in preparation to move towards construction, we need to go in and do some updates to the plans. We have to meet current DOT specifications, and we need to make some few minor design modifications as part of that process. So we're just trying to get ahead of things. So when that agreement does come forward and those construction dollars are here, we have a bid package that's ready to move forward to construction. This here is the graphic. You can see down on the left-hand side is the first phase of construction that was completed. The second phase is going to extend it basically from the Coquina bowling alley up to roughly the Big Mulberry Creek crossing, which is about halfway up to Forest Grove Drive. So Phase 3 is a new item that you heard from Mr. DiLorenzo last week, that we would be potentially adding that as another legislative request. But currently we're talking about Phase 2. So this is to do construction on that phase. So the whole segment's roughly 3.5 miles. It's really to widen the road from 2 to 4 lanes, divided roadway. We modify and add limited turn lanes, provide an 8-foot wide path on both sides of the road, provide continuous street lighting, and then we did replace the existing strain pole with a new mast iron pole in that initial phase. So this is just a typical section, that graphic that kind of shows what the roadway will look like. And then we're here to talk about the development phase. And then, so construction phase 2, as part of legislative priority submission, council's action currently is we're looking to approve a contract with DRP, the original engineer of record, design firm with some sub-consultants, to update and provide post-design services in the amount not to exceed $901,933.32. Future council action, we'll have an agreement coming before you from FDOT for the construction dollars on the project. And those construction dollars will be coming to you with also approving a construction contract and a construction engineering and inspection services, as well as a project contingency. So today, we're here just trying to get the documents ready for bidding.
So, Carl, I do have a question, and I do not misinterpret my question. That's a long stretch, a straight stretch, and potentially a drag strip. So I just want to know if there's going to be any conversation through TPO or with DOT in terms of traffic calming or speed calming before we find ourselves with a drag strip on that end of town. And don't misunderstand, the project has been in the queue for a very long time. We are delighted to get the funding, and we have a larger voice now at TPO. So I just want to know, how do we talk about that?
Well, a couple of things that we did add into this 901,000 is we're going to have them perform intersection analysis at some of the major intersections like Farmsworth, Frontier, and I think it was Farragut, to determine whether any of those require a traffic signal.
Okay.
And how close we are to requiring a traffic signal, because having those signals, we're talking, this is similar to Belterre Parkway, to be the same type of scenario. So one, that's going to be part of that update, doing those signal warrants, seeing if it meets any of the, I think it's 8 or so plus or minus warrants. And if it does qualify, then that would be something we would add into the project design.
So just please keep that concept of safety, in mind, throughout the rest of the planning of the project.
Right. And
the one other thing I would just add is also, it is a little bit of a deterrent that you have to drive past the sheriff's office substation over there. You see all those cop cars parked out there. Hopefully that makes people think twice before going ripping down there, but.
Not so far, I can only hope so. Questions from the dais?
You challenging me to a race?
No, because
Okay.
they extend that up towards my house, and I'm no fan of that, believe me. God forbid I hear that wrong sound one night, and it scares us to death, but go ahead.
No questions.
Very good. So I do have to congratulate you on, winning. People don't understand when we get monies like that, your staff, and most of the staff in the rear of the room had some hand in getting those monies available to us. The public doesn't, nor I guess should they, understand literally how many years it takes to make this project a priority and then to qualify for the funding. So congratulations are due, and can't wait to see, the first steps of future construction. So thank you. So with that, I would ask if there are any members of the public that would like to comment on the project at this time. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. I'll come back to the dais, and I will look for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
So Vice Mayor's made the motion. Councilperson Clufus has seconded the motion. I think the motion is relevant for a voice vote. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
just wanted to top it off that these are all funded from impact fees because we are adding capacity. So this is really, truly, one of those developer-driven. As we're growing, we're collecting impact fees, and this is a great project that, lends to using those impact fees.
Thank you for that, Carl.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cody.
Very good. Okay, with that, we'll move on to resolution number 7, and if you would read that in for us, please.
This is a resolution concerning the Belle Terre safety improvements, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a work order with DRMP, Inc. for engineering services for the Belle Terre Safety Improvement Project, providing authorization to execute, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
So another great project, making improvements in some of our existing roadway system. Again, this is another one that's been in the works for a long time. It's another project that we received $4.5 million for construction. So this is kind of in the same vein. We're looking to make some few design improvements, complete some of the design pieces, and update the design to current specs. So this is a project along Belle Terre Parkway. There was a study done by the Riversea TPO. I think it was back in, I don't remember the exact date now. I want to say they completed it in 2016 maybe. And they identified various intersection improvements along the route from Pritchard Drive down to State Road 100. We've implemented some of these over the years. We added a signal on Market Ave in Belle Terre. We did improvements just recently on East Hampton, adding a right turn lane. And then these are the remaining improvements from that study, adding mostly turn lanes. You can see that we're making improvements on Pritchard Drive intersection, Whippoorwill Drive intersection, Whiteview Parkway intersection, Pine Grove, Ponce de Leon, Point Pleasant, Royal Palms. And I'll go through each of those here in a moment so you can kind of see the improvements we're looking to make. So starting at the north end of the project at Pritchard, we'll be adding a right turn lane onto Pritchard Drive, and with that right lane, we'll have to do some modifications to the pathway and some drainage improvements or modifications. Going a little bit further south, Whippoorwill Drive, I think the graphic probably should be flipped because Whippoorwill is really, you want it north to be on your left still. Again, a right turn lane at Whippoorwill Drive. Then we get to Belle Terre and Whiteview Parkway. We've done some enhancements here by modifying some of the signal heads and turning movements with some of that. However, there's still some additional enhancements looking to be made, adding right turn lanes on Whiteview Parkway onto Belle Terre in both directions. We'll also be extending the left turn lane on Whiteview when you're heading westbound. There'll be drainage and signal modifications and sidewalk work as well in that area. Belle Terre and Pine Grove Drive. This here will be adding a right turn lane and restricting movement coming out of Pine Grove where you will not be able to turn left. The intent is you'll go right up to Whiteview and do a U-turn, or you will go down all the way down Pine Grove to Whiteview, or there's another street that goes through to Pine Tree. So there's various other alternatives to get to a signalized intersection, either to do a U-turn with a left turn or a U-turn that heads south on Belle Terre. So those modifications are there. Ponce de Leon, right turn lane, sidewalk, drainage improvements. Point Pleasant, right turn, sidewalk and drainage modifications. And then Belle Terre Parkway, this is probably the most expensive, costly improvement area, but it's one of our most congested intersections currently. So we'll be adding a long right turn lane on Royal Palms when you're heading westbound, approaching Belle Terre. We'll be adding a right turn lane heading northbound on Belle Terre onto Royal Palms, and also heading southbound on Belle Terre onto Royal Palms. We'll be extending the left turn lane heading southbound on Belle Terre onto Royal Palms. We'll also be extending the left turn lane heading northbound to turn left onto Royal Palms. With that work, it's going to require some modifications to the large pipes of the canal system. We'll have to remove some guardrail. We're going to have to modify the signal pole, traffic signal. We're going to have to construct some head walls, line those pipes. So this is going to be one of the major components of the overall construction of all the intersections, but it's going to provide a vast improvement to traffic flow here. And ideally, our goal as part of this project, some of the neighborhood signs are going to get impacted with the work, and we always try and throw in, some of those areas where landscape or signage, if it's impacted with construction, we go ahead and do those new ones. There are a couple that are in private property that we're currently working with those owners to either get easements or obtain those slips of land so we can take care of all the signs. But that will be work, as we go through design, we'll take care of that. So we have a scope and fee that we negotiated to make those, basically to prepare that bid package so we can go out to bid for construction for a scope, a cost of $351,929. And again, these are all impact fee dollars because they're all enhancing the capacity of the network and also making it safer.
So these are, big dollars for rather important safety improvements. So I guess I would ask City Manager, do you want to briefly comment on the prioritization that this City Council and that city staff has on making our, roads are becoming increasingly more congested and difficult to navigate. So can you tell us about your staff's concern for safety on these roads? Because I think this project kind of shows up at a really opportune moment in time, certainly not too soon.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Absolutely. I mean, we hear clearly from City Council that safety is a top priority from your vision for the city of Palm Coast and its citizens. I know specifically the Belterre project is absolutely critically needed. We hear from Commander Reynolds on a weekly basis on where these accidents are happening and where we should be most thoughtful of prioritizing projects. So in essence, it really is a challenge to get the funding to lift these heavy projects. I mean, you look at the history of Palm Coast Parkway, and it took 20 years to expand that and to have a strategy to improve traffic flow, relieve congestion, but ultimately it's all about safety is how we prioritize.
And before I go to public comment, I would hope that the media also takes the opportunity to help inform the residents of Palm Coast who may not be able to attend today's meeting or look at this information on our website. But I think it is important for them to know that dollars are being carefully spent to improve the safety along the roadways.
Specifically, Mayor, to piggyback on that, impact fees. So these are not our current homeowner dollars. These
Right.
are impact fees that are being used creatively by our staff to improve our safety in our roadway system. So I commend you guys on that. Thank you.
And I would hope that gets put out to the public through, like I said, the media would be wonderful for folks to be able to understand that connection between, like you say, the impact fees and the ultimate result, which is safer roadways, which we will always work towards. Any other comments before I turn over to the public?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
I would also say thank you, and I think it's great. We have had residents complain about some of the safety on these streets, and specifically we've had Gene mention Whitefeet before, so I'm very thankful that our staff is able to come up with a plan to be able to use these impact fees, like Councilwoman Pontieri said, to be able to accomplish improving the safety of these roads, and thank you for the presentation.
Good. So I will open this item up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Tony Amaral, Palm Coast resident. Couple things real quick with this project. Number one, impact fees are paying for it. The only way you continue getting impact fees is by expanding. So they do work together. They're not exclusive of you get them, but you can't expand. Also, I've been here for 40 years. I've seen all the expansion. I've seen the roads. Can we do something where we're not under construction at 8 o'clock in the morning, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when those roads are already super saturated and we are literally shutting down what we have to one lane and trying to get everyone through there, and we're creating a hazard later on. I don't know if it's nighttime. I know there's residential areas to consider, but it does seem to be a constant major thoroughfare. We're finally getting the expansion. We're solving issues, and we're doing it at 9 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it just gums up everything, and then it's worse for however long the project's going to be. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public like to comment at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, and certainly, City Manager, you'll address that issue with staff. I don't know how the workflow is, nor do I know how the cost might be affected, but certainly if there is any way to make this less painful for the residents during the construction project, City Council, I'm sure, would opt for that direction.
Of course, that would be the option we would always choose to minimize impacts on our residents. Carl, I think I heard you say a little
Yeah,
something there.
that was something specific that we wrote into the scope of work that we're going to be looking at, and we'll be coming up with the maintenance of traffic plan, not leaving it up to the contractor. So, you know, there's obviously many intersections. We're not going to let them start work on all 6 or 7 of them at one time. There's going to be some staging. There's going to be some sequencing. Obviously, you can't do the work without impact to the traffic flow, but we're going to try and work on the best plan to minimize that traffic flow. It may make the contract or the work take a little bit longer, but if it can help keep the traffic flow, we obviously look at the times we do traffic counts throughout the day, so we kind of know when that works happens. We know there's a school on that roadway system, so we work within those time frames. Obviously, there are times when there's certain underground work where you have to leave it closed for a certain period of time because it's just, you know, you can't open and close it the same day type of thing for a lane enclosure. But that is definitely one of our key items that we have, and we're going to work through during the design phase before we go out to bid.
So obviously, you have the support of all of City Council to make those efforts, and then if you've got a spare vest for Mr. Amaral, he can help direct the traffic out there.
Hey, Carl, quick question, and I don't know the answer, but you see these guys on I-95 paving overnight usually. Is it a huge cost to work overnight?
It depends. The paving is more of a typical operation that is done overnight, and there's usually not a huge cost. We've noticed when we did an arterial contract overnight, and we noticed the quality of work was better during the day than at night. They obviously do provide lighting and other items, but that's just something that we found. It was better. We got better quality of work for daytime work than nighttime.
Thank you.
All right, with that, then I would go ahead and ask for it's already been out to the public, yes? I did public comment, so now we're back to the dais. So I'd look for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
So Vice Mayor has made the motion to approve, and the second has come from Councilman Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You have the count.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now, City Council, you have a choice. We can either take a brief break and have a bite of lunch if you choose. We have it available, or we can power through to the end of the agenda. I'll look for everyone's suggestion.
I think lunch is fine. It's a brief one.
I'll go with the group consensus. I have no preference.
So then I'm going to recess until, let's say, 1:15. Very good. So we're recessed till 1:15.
There is lunch. Thank you.
It is, I would not have teased you that way. It is available.
I need it.
proceed.
Good afternoon, Council. Maven
And
Rogers.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to remind everybody to try to keep your mic as close to your mouth when you're sitting, because folks are complaining that they can't quite hear.
Okay, great. I've never had anyone complain they can't hear me, so that's a first for
Thank
everything.
you.
Great, that's
And I
awesome.
didn't mean you specifically, but just as a courtesy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Maven Rogers, Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer, and I have Garen Hopkins here, Environmental Specialist. Today, we are here to discuss a potential funding opportunity that will allow the City of Palm Coast to fund and expedite various capital improvement projects to prevent energy outages, increase employee safety, and mitigate flood impacts through FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. The City of Palm Coast does an excellent job in ensuring our community is effectively prepared for, respond to, and recover from various challenges, shocks, and stresses, including natural disasters and extreme weather events. This Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, or HMGP, allocates federal dollars through FEMA, which is then redirected and managed through the Florida Division of Emergency Management, or FDEM. Under Hurricane Ian, the state of Florida is set to receive roughly $800 million. That $800 million is then divided throughout the counties based on the extremities of the aftermath of said disaster, which for this funding opportunity is directly related to Hurricane Ian. On the next slide, we'll discuss a little more about the funding allocated specifically to that of Flagler County. This funding opportunity has a specific focus on mitigation. Projects must meet a certain criteria and focus on prevention and how to break cycles of disaster, damage, reconstruction, and/or repetitive loss. For every $1 invested in mitigation, $6 is estimated as cost savings in disaster relief. Eligible projects under this grant opportunity are items such as elevations, land acquisitions, flood risk reduction, infrastructure retrofitting, critical facility generators, and wildfire mitigation. The funding opportunity is a 75-25 split. FDEM would be responsible for 75% of the project, and the City of Palm Coast will be required to match at 25%. The projects you will see today are projects outlined in the 5-year capital plan and have allocated funding. Any cost share on the city would be cost savings in the scope of this grant opportunity. In addition, to participate in the HMGP grant process, you must have a project outlined and voted on in the Local Mitigation Strategy Group, the LMS. This group comprises of regional stakeholders from Flagler Beach, Marineland, the county, and more. The LMS identifies regional hazards based on the history and their reoccurrences and lists goals and actions that will reduce or eliminate long-term risk to life and property from these hazards. So a little bit of background. These are the 4 projects that we plan on applying for: stormwater conveyance, well field generators, the PEP panel replacements, and emergency backup pumps, which I'll go into a little bit more in further slides. These projects have all been approved by the Local Mitigation Strategy Group and added to the project list for potential funding opportunities. Under FEMA's declaration for Ian, Flagler County is set to receive roughly $2.8 million. The HMGP process has 2 different ways that it will allocate funding, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is going to be that roughly $2.8 million that you see there is allocated and designated for our county. Tier 2 is any funding that is left over from the $800 million dedicated to the state that maybe some of the counties didn't apply for, they didn't have the capacity, as these grant opportunities are very lengthy. They also have limitations. It is an unprecedented amount of money coming from the state, so we want to over-apply for this grant opportunity as it is expected to see Tier 2 funding coming down. The total amount of our request will be roughly $5.9 million, and the projects listed here. The 25% match for the city is close to $1.5 million, which again is funding accounted for in our 5-year capital improvement plan. Exact cost from the city is roughly $1.4 million. So the PEP panel replacements is our first project, and actually the priority project identified by the LMS as the most pressing. As you are aware, the city's PEP system is a major part of the city's wastewater system. Currently, the older generation of PEP panels do not allow for a direct connect from a generator to the panel, which then requires technicians to hardwire in to restore power, which can be a safety risk for employees, especially during these extreme weather events is when you're going to typically see those types of power outages. The new PEP panels allow for a direct connect, allowing for a much easier, quicker, and safer process to restore these PEP tanks to normal levels. That would be our first project. Our second project is our emergency backup pumps, which allow the city of Palm Coast to continue operations at our lift stations during power outages. As the city has multiple lift stations, 5 locations have been identified as the most crucial. And for some perspective, during Hurricane Ian, the city spent $300,000 on tank trucking to pump these lift stations due to loss of power. So having these backup pumps have an immediate and long-term cost savings. And our third project is our well-field generator sites. This project allows the city to replace older infrastructure dating back to the 1980s, making them susceptible to failure. These type of generators we currently have require to be manually turned on, which means if loss of power does occur, our staff must go to the site to reinstate these generators to power. Some of these locations are in very difficult and hard to reach places and will go down during extreme weather events. And so we really don't want our employees traveling and going out to those locations, or a tree could go down and we might not even be able to get out there. These new generators will be able to detect loss of power and start themselves, therefore mitigating loss of power and the need for employees to visit sites during an extreme weather event. And our fourth project and our last project is our drainage improvements at Colbert Lane. In 2019, this project was identified in our Stormwater Master Plan. This project is a proposed legislative priority. The culverts that you see in this picture will be upsized with the proposed improvements, allowing more stormwater conveyance to enter the downstream system, mitigating peak stages and providing flood protection to upstream locations. Previously, this culvert was adequate to convey the stormwater flows. However, as development has expanded over the years, the need for more drainage in this area has increased. And to kind of wrap everything up, the next steps on this grant opportunity is that all 4 grant applications are due August 29th. The grant announcement is to be determined and could take 6 to 12 months, with 3 years to spend the funding. Today, we are asking council to sign a resolution that would allow the city manager to sign off on the application as requested by the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management to pursue funding for the 4 projects you see here: the Stormwater Conveyance Project, the PET panel replacement, well-filled generator sites, and the emergency backup pump stations.
Questions now?
Yes, questions, yeah.
The improved, I guess, stormwater drainage with regard, I think, to the Colbert Lane project that you mentioned. Can you just be a little more specific? What additional area is that going to help out with?
So this area is located right around our Grand Swamp area, and basically what it does is it mitigates any type of flooding. So if you see those 4 culverts right there, right now, that picture was taken when it wasn't raining.
So in addition to the, obviously the Grand Haven folks, but the Woodlands folks would benefit as well, is that correct?
Yes, I do believe so. Carmelo, do you? Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, so we've actually followed up on something that we observed during, one of the more recent storms. And the first project you mentioned really comes right from, what is Kevin Guthrie's title? He's the...
I believe the director of the agency,
Of
FDEM.
right,
Florida
for the
Department
entire
of-
state.
Correct.
So I just want you to also be aware that he really lit the fuse on that, providing us with the generators, which then will require this adaptation so people can actually use portable generators to get out of harm's way more quickly. Okay. Questions from City Council?
I have none.
No, I commend you guys on identifying the grant. Thank you.
I have no question.
I would just like to mention the culverts on Colbert. That has been something that people in the Woodlands have mentioned, and thank you for highlighting that this will impact them in a positive.
And I would ask you, City Manager, to follow up with a letter to Kevin Guthrie that, thanking him for, kind of pulling the trigger on this originally. I think that would be a good move for us.
Be more than happy to do that, Mayor. Thank you.
So I would open up this item to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. I guess I would ask for a motion.
Motion.
So Councilperson Pontieri has made a motion. Vice Mayor Danko has seconded it. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes
Very good.
unanimously.
Thank you for your efforts on that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We now move to, wow, right down the list, number 8, resolution.
Number 9.
Number 9. Oh, I'm one
It's
behind.
okay.
If you go ahead and read that one in for us.
A resolution regarding the London Waterway expansion. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a contract with Custom Built Marine Construction, Inc., a work order with DRMP, Inc. for construction, engineering inspection services, and a project contingency for the construction of the London Waterway expansion project, providing authorization to execute, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Carmelo, the floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. And before I get going on the London Waterway expansion, just to go back to that Colbert question. Yeah, so Woodlands will be positively impacted. Homes along Waterfront Park Drive, Wild Oaks, Grand Haven, and Grand Swamp altogether. It's a huge positive impact there. Again, I'm Carmelo Morales, Stormwater Engineer 3, City Stormwater Engineering Department. And I'm here to talk about the London Waterway expansion. This is a project that's probably been going on for about 4 years now. As part of the Stormwater Master Plan that was done back in 2019, is when I first saw it, when I started at the city. This was one of the projects that was identified as, a potential need. One of my tasks here is managing the capital improvement project from the stormwater perspective is to not just assess and rehabilitate aging infrastructure, but also provide improvements as far as conveyance goes, water quality, capacity, whenever it's possible, so we can meet, current and future growth. This project is exactly that. It's a potential to provide some improvements. And I apologize, I realize you're not seeing that screen. You got it now. Okay, so again, this project, the London Waterway, it's called several names, right? It's called Jefferson Waterway, and then as it makes a turn on the northern part, it turns into London Waterway. It collects water, stormwater, throughout the L section, a large portion of the B section, everything north of Bird of Paradise. It conveys via our last weir structure that's called LO1. It conveys water underneath London, eventually US 1. It goes to Hewlett Branch, Pelzer Creek, and eventually it'll hit the intercoastal. So the proposed improvements that we're trying to do here is going to be occurring within City of Palm Coast owned lands. These lands were originally platted as residential properties, but around 2003 were granted to the city. Furthermore, on this project, the excavated material that we are going to be taking out to create the pond, we are planning to utilize it for the future maintenance operations center, which is off US 1. This is it's probably about 2 miles away. So this is going to create significant savings in that project as well as our project, so we don't have to haul it as far. We have had 2 public community meetings, which were hosted by the City Stormwater staff, and we listened to residents and took their feedback to make adjustments as the project moved forward. Furthermore, we have continually provided updates in the Capital Improvement Projects website. And that's a forward-facing website that citizens can actively engage and see what the progress on this project is. There you can see an overall layout of what the project is going to entail. In summary, the keys to this project are what they're going to provide is they're going to increase flood protection to properties neighboring the London Waterway. We're going to be providing stormwater treatment to improve water quality. We're going to be enhancing the environment to support the native flora and fauna in the area. And it's also going to provide an aesthetics element with a passive park from immediate neighborhoods. The passive park is going to consist of just some boardwalks reaching to some overlook pavilions with benches, and it's going to have some aquatic plantings and some other landscape. Just a brief history to how the bidding for this has been going on. The design for this was finalized last year, 2022. We sent out the first intent to bid in October of last year, and we did not receive any bids on it, so we issued it another time after making some adjustments to the plans to try to make it a little bit more, inviting for people to bid. And we received one bid, which was significantly higher than the engineering cost estimate, so we issued it a third time. We sent it out for bid. We finally received two bids, with the low one being $8.236 million. So we have already issued a notice of intent to award to a custom-built marine in July of just a couple of months ago. And then,
Carmen, let me ask you, when was the first bid that we received?
when?
Yes, when did we get the initial bid?
Well, I guess the initial bid was probably March. We issued it out February 15th, so it usually takes 30 to 45 days for it to be out before you get bids back. So that was the one bid that we got back.
Why is it that there was, $5 million over the engineer estimate? What's the purpose? how's that so far off?
Well, I hate to preach on the same thing, but, the labor costs have increased, material costs have increased.
So I guess that's a better question then. When did we receive the engineer estimate?
We got the last estimate early this year, and it was still very far off, yeah.
Was it public knowledge that we had ARPA funds for this between the engineer estimate and then getting these bids?
I'm not sure if the fact that ARPA dollars were part of it was public knowledge or not. I don't think we issued out.
I want to make sure we're not being exploited, honestly, because to get a bid and then we've got now or an estimate from an engineer and then the bids come in 5 million over, that's not heard of, that's not normal. So it's just not reconciling for me, and I'm trying to figure out where, is the scope of work different? Something's just not adding up here. And because we have to put $2 million from our stormwater fund into this is a concern.
Yeah, that's why we issued it the third time out. And the third time we came back with two bids, and they were both within 10% of each other.
I think that is a complimentary question to Councilwoman Pontieri. The $5 million overbid, what was the engineer estimate? It was close to the 8.236?
No, the engineer's estimate was probably about $4.5 million.
My question was how big the difference was. That just seems like very.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I know. Corey, you want to say something to that?
I can probably, add a few clarification items to that. Our engineer working on this is out of Orlando, engineering firm, and really your region's going to dictate what those costs are. So in terms of competitiveness, the biggest thing with the dirt is trucking and availability of trucks. So right now, we know our site work contractors have limited equipment. I think that's what we heard from a few bidders, why they didn't bid it, because they have worked so far out on big projects that they don't have equipment, not only equipment, but staffing to do the work. So I think part of the discrepancy may be the engineering firm out of Orlando using areas where there's many more contractors available and availability for bidders to bid on the project. The ARPA funds wasn't disclosed during any of the pre-bid conferences or whatnot, but if they dug through our budget books and looked for their American Rescue funds, they would have seen that we allocated some dollars to it. It wasn't that full 6.6 million initially, because it was only the first year transfer, because we thought it was a less costly project up front based on what the engineer provided. But I think we didn't want to go with a single bid, because there's no way to verify that. But getting two bids from local firms and I say local firms, but firms that do work here in our community. I don't think they're necessarily based out of here. One's out of Jacksonville, and the other one was like Daytona. So our local contractors, just don't have the bandwidth or ability to dig this. This is a very deep hole also. We're having them go down, how deep is it?
13 to 15 feet.
Yeah,
deep,
13 to 15 feet. And part of that is due to the water quality. So that does play a role into how they do the work and ability to do the work. It's not as standard as your typical pond. It's some more specialty work to it. But I don't know if that helps aid in some clarification items in there, but I just think,
I feel like we're getting price gouged, I'll be really honest with you. I mean, this is crazy to me to get an engineer estimate. I know it's not your fault, but I'm wondering, I mean, how long do we have to use these ARPA funds?
we have to be under contract by December of '24 and expend them by December of '26. But we also have a St. John's grant tied to this project for $1 million, which expires this September, and we're going to be asking for an extension. So if we don't go under contract, we may have the potential of them not extending the grant and taking that $1 million back and giving it to another project.
Okay, thank you.
That's fair. I think the comment I would have was maybe do you think that potentially the estimation was low? I think if I can kind of summarize what Carl, I believe, was saying, was basically since we got a few bids from local people who are in this area, that they have better insight into how exactly what it's going to cost to perform something like this. Do you think maybe that's an option? So, one way or another, that we have to reconcile it, right? I'm with you. I'm just wondering maybe it's a little bit on both sides.
Well, yes, I'm sure, I could see there being a small, this doubled. I could see there being a small variance. I guess from my perspective, I get it, we've gone out to bid a couple times. We've finally got 2 bids, so there's some competitiveness there. But I think it just needs to be known that we're not just going to rubber stamp contracts. And maybe that needs to come from here, because we get contractors that see city monies. We're not exactly a broke city, and can do this type of thing. And I'm not saying that they are, but it feels that way in this specific contract. And this is a contractor that is currently delayed in the Belterre project, so I'm not thrilled already. This is Custom Built Marine, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're behind on the Belterre project, and now we're going to hand them another $8.2 million to do more work in our city, and it's $4 million over the engineer's estimate. So I just want to make it clear that I will be watching this contract and their work going forward for our city, because it's a concern holistically with this estimate and their work on the Belterre project.
If I could get some frame of reference here, maybe Carl or either way, but what has the past been as far as an engineer's estimate and then the contracts that come back? How far off are these things normally?
The recent trend has been they come in higher, right? So
How much of a percentage higher?
It varies on projects. So when I used to work on the private side, a lot of times when you do these estimates, a good method of relying to use unit cost was the FDOT provides statewide averages, and they'll provide that publication up every 3 months, right? So that's a good reference to kind of use your unit cost for, whether it's paving, pipes, whatever it may be, fill. In this particular project, fill was the biggest contributor. The amount of fill that you have to excavate and haul off was something like 260,000 cubic yards, right? So, right. So just subtracting that piece, if that comes in at a little higher unit cost, that exponentially increases the price a lot.
And I guess when we're getting these estimates, are we getting these estimates from the wrong place to begin with? I don't know.
Well, some projects come in fine. Recently, there was a project come in under budget, right? Sometimes it's just a market, right? It varies.
Do we know, are there any other projects that are currently underway, maybe put on pause? Anything like, for instance, Bay Drive, you go out to Bay Drive, there's 2 monumental piles of dirt that are just sitting there being waited. It's going to be used another place in the project. But my point is, because it seems like the high cost of this is going to be transporting dirt eventually, is there anything else, any other projects or any other departments, or even working with the county, where, or piggybacking something to, if we're paying for the hauling of dirt, if that's the big expense here, is it worth exploring any other options for that portion of the contract and maybe bifurcating it somehow? Rather than just holistically putting everything, letting Custom Built Marine do it all.
Well, I'm not familiar with Bay Drive, but I know a portion of this project is also to reuse this dirt. Like I mentioned before, we're going to need a lot of fill for the future MOG project. And that's probably going to be close, just reusing this dirt. Now we don't have to purchase it over there. We have a lot less travel to bring it to that site. I'm estimating close to $2 million in savings just on that, right? So that's another incentive to kind of use that, you know, not have to pay twice for that dirt to get rid of it and then buy a new one. Just kind of recycle it. So that's an incentive there, but I still get it, you know, you still got to pay for it. And in this case, we either pay for it in the future for the MOG, or we just pay for it now and we have it there later.
I see.
And, you know, speaking to some of those construction estimates, you know, obviously on some of our bigger projects, we've been, you know, leaning towards going with construction manager at risk. And that really ties down, that gets the contractor to provide those estimates up front and through the project and do constructability reviews and make modifications to the design to hit our budgets that we have for the project. So, because they're working with subcontractors, vendors, they have the best pricing out there. You know, our engineers are basing it off past projects or DOT unit averages, or, you know, finding some other bids somewhere else, and that's what they're using as their reference. We do have some contracts where we have them require an independent estimator that specializes in providing construction estimates, but definitely on our large scale projects, that is something, you know, it's tough right now just because the pricing is so volatile. You know, some of these subcontractors are trying to cover potential inflation costs, material, you know, delays, impacts, things like that, you know, even getting their equipment repaired and downtime on their equipment because they can't, you know, if they need maintenance, they're out of work, you know, so they can't get the parts quick enough. So all that is factored into these pricings. I think that it just makes things difficult for everybody.
And I have a question for the city manager. I see the contingency of $702,000. If there is an ask from the contractor for something, what is the amount, the threshold amount that has to come back before city council for approval?
So you're approving this contingency as part of the action today.
So then, in order to keep an eye on this, I would like for, if there's anything over 50,000, to be asked in the contingency as a part of a motion if we approve this. I would ask that that come before the council so that we can keep an eye on it. And I mean, I understand that we're approving a contingency for the budget, but in order for there to actually be approval to pay the contractor, I think it needs to come before city council when we're looking at a bid that's this high over the estimate.
Just a question, do we have a limit already in place that we voted on quite some time ago regarding this number? I think we did, right?
I don't know if that was contract specific or not.
I don't
can't
remember. It's similar.
The 50,000 other threshold.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, I think it was actually a cost-saving mechanism for the city to do that. But I think what our city manager is saying is that since we're approving this contract as a whole, this contingency is part of that. And traditionally, the contingencies are approved. I understand exactly where Councilwoman Pontieri is coming from. And I also think for our own benefit, it is good to have that knowledge for explanations to why these things are going over budget. I think that would also lend to our education when we sit up here and we say, why was the project estimated this? I think that type of education for us is valuable. I just don't know about the ability for us to be able to deny those additional requests because we're approving it as a contingency upon this contract, but I would love to
Well, I think we
that.
can, as a part of the resolution, just work into the resolution that we approve the contract, but anything over the base bid, if the ask is dipping into the contingency by over $50,000, that we, as council, have to approve that. And the only reason I say that is because specifically for this, I mean, this is such a high amount over the estimate, and we are having issues with this contractor already, taking a long time, what I think 2.5, 3 months over the time period for the Belterre project. So just holistically, I would like us to have a very good grip on this, and it's a very big project, and it's important.
I concur, and I think all those points were very well spoken, and I don't think there's anybody who would sit up here in disagreement. I'm just looking forward, and So potentially, if we were to not approve one of the asks for this, I just fear the potential impact of that having on the rest of the project and whether or not there would be trepidation from the developer to engage in that type of contract. But I like everything you're saying.
Yeah, no, I think the chances of us actually denying something are probably pretty slim, but at least the contractor knows we're not going to just continue rubber stamping everything that comes across this dais.
Agreed.
So have you made an amendment to this? A motion?
Not
to
yet,
amend
not
it?
not yet. We're not there
Not
yet. We're
I
getting,
was asking city manager a specific question with regards to the mechanism to do that, yes.
so we're getting closer, but, so, in addition to that, Carl, I'll ask you first. So is there a professional organization that exists within Florida that can help to vet out these deltas in, bid versus contract costs? Are you aware of whether the League of Cities has an arm like that or the Northeast Regional Council? In other words, if we're questioning this, I would have to assume that there are other cities suffering the same problem. I would certainly hope that we haven't been picked out and, like you all say, been chosen to be, a pushover for these kind of gross, estimates above the budget. So are you aware of any third party that can also provide some oversight for us?
Not in particular, just based on my past work experience and then just relationships of how other entities function, there's usually measures in place that have to go through. Like this one, the city manager would have to sign off on those change orders. She's acting on behalf of city council, doing that due diligence, so she's just not rubber stamping these change orders, that she's the one, verifying that the project manager, that, we're not adding specific scope or updating something to, a high standard. So that's the measure that's in place for the city, and that's very typical across, state government, other entities. That's usually how they handle things. The downside of coming back to council would be when it's the downtime on the project. So the contractor's doing work, he's digging, he runs into, I don't know, a big clay pocket or some buried gas line or whatever it may be, any type of project. They run into something on the project and we're like, okay, this is a major thing, it was unknown, it was unforeseen, we're gonna have to, maybe they start digging this pond, they find out, there's 20 buried cars out there or something, who knows? But they have to, it's something unforeseen. So they come with a change order. You're saying, okay, it's going to be $51,000 after we negotiate it, because usually we have our construction engineering inspection firm, third party, that's reviewing these change proposals. So they're doing their QC. We're using our staff and our professional staff on board to look at those unit prices, look at what they're proposing, making sure they're in line. If it's a unit price bid, they have to quote us based on what they originally bid on those unit prices. So they have standard markups in the contract, the 10% markup overhead and profit, if it's a sub, if it's equipment rental, all that's built into our contracts to deal with these change orders and what they can charge and how they can mark it up. So it's not like they can just throw these huge dollars at us. At Lehigh Trailhead, we had that. We wanted to convert our dry pond to a wet pond. He came back with this astronomical number, and we basically said, we'll do it later. The dry pond, is sufficient for now. When we get to the next phase, and add parking or whatnot, we can go ahead and dig the pond deeper, because we're not paying you $500,000 or some number that was just so off the chart, didn't make any sense. Yes, we could self-perform some work. If we do come across something that's unforeseen, hey, is it something we can take care of in-house where we're not contracting out? But if we have to come back to council, and just prepping that item, getting it on the agenda, the contractor could sit there for a month waiting. He's going to charge us general conditions for his equipment sitting there not working. He's going to charge us for his time. So the cost of that change order is going to go up dramatically.
So Carl, I just want to get a time frame here. So they're digging, they find Jimmy Hoffa's body, okay?
Yeah.
And it's going to cost $51,000 to take it out. How long will it take to bring that back to council to get our approval? It shouldn't take very long, right?
Well, some contractors take 2 or 3 weeks to get a price together because they got to go out to vendors, they got to go to the supplier, they got a subcontract of a
So they would be
subcontractor.
spending that time.
So they're
anyway.
spending, but we can't come to, well, we don't know the number yet. So they're putting together a number, takes them 2 or 3 weeks to get a number, maybe it takes them 2 or 3 days. It all depends on the firm.
But my question is, they come back to you with that number.
Right,
whatever
and then
it
we
is.
put it on the agenda, which could
Right.
be, oh, we just got it today, so now when's the next council meeting?
So they can
Three
put
or
it
four
on the
weeks
next
out.
council meeting, or workshop, correct?
No, it can't
No,
go
it'd
on
have
a
to be a
workshop.
business meeting.
Why can't it go on a workshop?
Yeah, vote.
Yeah, no, actually, we can vote at workshops.
have
That's
special
just been
meetings
sort of a
after workshops.
tradition, right?
No.
We can have special meetings after workshops.
You know,
after business
if we
sessions.
create,
We
if
can
we
have a
call it a
special-
special
right, all right,
meeting,
so we have a
yes,
special
you
meeting
could call
at
a
a
special
workshop.
meeting.
So there's pretty tight schedule there. We've got 3 meetings a month, and if we're in budget, it's 4 or 5. So I think we could get something back here pretty quick if it's over a certain amount.
But what about a middle ground of, kind of like with sole source purchasing, where if it's, you know, we get a list of things that are purchased that we obviously don't have to approve, it's within the discretion of staff. If we take that middle road so that we as council can kind of keep an eye on what's going into the contingency, so if something over, if monies over a certain threshold are asked for on this project, we just put it on kind of a sheet, kind of like the sole source purchasing. Is that maybe a better?
Well, I like your point of sending a message that you're just not going to roll over us. And so I do think we have to have some oversight in order, I mean, I like what you're saying, so.
So would you accomplish the same thing? So, I mean, ultimately, you want to hold city managers' toes to the fire on this.
Well, I want to hold the contractor more
Well,
than
yes,
the
but through the city manager, because that's where this process is happening. I certainly wouldn't claim to have the expertise to know whether or not the overage was, from an engineering point of view, required or not. I'm never going, I am an engineer, but I wouldn't have that knowledge. So I do like the idea, if we could put in place a process or procedure where we would, that particular scenario would be highlighted to all city council members so that everyone would be aware of it, and then you're open to ask about it at the next workshop or business meeting, because under your own comments, you could bring it up because you'd be aware of it.
Right.
Does that get you there?
I think, what do you think about that, Vice Mayor? Because I think that's, and Councilman Cluvis, because you chimed in as well, I think that achieves the goal of think about it this way, too. We're going to likely have another contract to approve from this contractor and many others that work for us. So if we're able to keep an eye on these things, make sure they're staying on task, they're not dipping into a known $700,000 contingency, and they're being diligent about the projects, making sure that they're giving us fair bids on the front end, I think that that's a proper mechanism to do it.
That's oversight, and that's what we should be.
I have a comment.
Please.
I would just like to say that I am in agreement with Councilwoman Pontieri, because if we're already under contract for one job that's not been completed already, and we're considering going into another contract that's a substantial amount of money for the city, I would be in question of moving forward, because, I mean, I've had complaints just up until this week about the Beltier project, so I would be concerned about that we're not getting one project finished, and we're getting ready to possibly approve another contract with the same contractor. So that would be my concern.
What is the timeline on the start of this? Like, if we were to approve this contract today, when would it start?
This would start FY '24 in October.
I'm sorry, what was that?
October.
Okay, so theoretically then, based on what we discussed at Belterre should be done by then.
Yes.
That's our intent, is we're not going to give them an NTP date until both those other projects are complete.
Perfect, okay.
So, actually, we haven't, before we go out to the public, I can accept a motion and a second for discussion, right? Because I just want to understand where we're at.
Yes, so if I can just chime in here, I think your suggestion is a lot more palatable than the previous one, just because, you know, our contract, our normal construction contract is 100 pages long with all the, and it goes through very specifically what the process for a change order is, who approves this, what evidence you have to provide for that, everything that Carl talked about. So To do that would require us to change our contract that we use for every single contractor, because this is our form contract and we should treat everybody the same across the board at this point. As far as, you know, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, and I need a little more specificity on this, what you're saying is you would like the city manager to report once a month on any change orders that have been approved for this specific contract that is over $50,000 to the city council. Is that what I'm hearing?
50,000 was my threshold, but I don't know if there's any other suggestions from the dais. But I mean, I think 50 that's a good chunk of change. But it's, you know, I don't want her to have to list 10 different things. But so I think 50,000 is a fair amount, yes. And to the rest of your point, yes, that's what I'm asking for.
And if I could just, again, to Nace's point, clarification, the $50,000 threshold, are we talking about each time we have to go beyond a 50,000 increment? Because, of course, we would come to city council once, per your direction today, would come to city council when that threshold was reached. But are we talking about each 50,000 to come back?
My understanding was, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you're gonna have to pull from the contingency for the amount of more than $50,000, you want to hear about that.
Correct. I want it on, like, just like we do the sole source purchasing. Just a line item that says we had to dip into the contingency by $52,000 for XYZ. That way we as council can keep a close eye on this specific contract.
Can I comment on something? Because I don't really feel very comfortable about this. I think this is setting the wrong precedence. If you guys are thinking that contractors are rolling over on us, you clearly haven't been in the meeting where we discussed change orders with me. That's not the case at all. I argue for the city and argue for every dollar that I can get. And I don't like this. This is a micromanagement, to be quite honest. This is the way I see it. No, if you're going to start ruling out contractors because they're delayed, we're going to run out of contractors. I'm sorry, I got to speak my mind. That's how I feel.
No, I can appreciate that, and I'm glad you spoke up. This specifically, we don't do this for all of the contracts, obviously. This one just raised a red flag, and I'm clearly not alone on this, so.
Yes, yeah, I get that too. This is not their second contract, this is their third contract. The other one, nobody knows because it's going on schedule and on the budget, right? So nobody says a hair about that one. And I don't want to speak up for the contractor because that's not my place. I just present the facts and you guys approve. But I got to say it because this is going to into a micromanagement. This is very unprecedented the way I've seen it.
Mr. Morales, I mean, with all due respect, we're the ones that are on the firing line when
Yes.
these are taxpayer dollars.
Yes,
And
I
it's
know.
our job to be stewards of those, and I take that very seriously. And so this is an expensive contract. It's not just ARPA funds, it's $2 million of taxpayer dollars. And I'm not, you all approve it. Go ahead and approve it. I don't want to micromanage that. We've already been through that. We decided we're not going to go that route. But I do think it's worthwhile for council to just see, okay, they dipped into the contingent. We're already approving a very high contingency. If we wanted to micromanage, we'd say, no, we're not going to approve a high contingency.
Technically, it's less than 10%.
It
Most
is
projects,
less than
most projects
10%.
have more than 10%.
It is less than
Yeah.
10%. I did notice that. And if you want to go to 10%, fine.
No, I
But-
don't.
But I, for this specific contract, when we get an engineer estimate that is around 4.5 and this comes back at 8.2, that's a concern in itself. And then to know, yes, I understand they're below budget and on time in other contracts or other projects, and I appreciate that. But this is, the Belterre thing has come up before this council several times. And I can appreciate that you guys don't want to start until October when Belterre is complete. But I think that in order for council to remain fully informed as the people who represent 90,000 residents, just to put it as a line item is not micromanaging. That's us just saying, okay, we know what's going on with this specific contract because of these red flags that were raised at the beginning. I understand your position, but I think micromanaging may have been going the way, and I appreciate the staff and my council members kind of pulling me back and saying, no, we don't need to approve every little thing, but let's go ahead and keep an eye on it. So I get your position. This is one contract. We're not asking to do this with all contracts, and I think in this one it's warranted.
And I don't think we're micromanaging, because we're just asking to be informed. And then if one of us says, wow, we've got to bring this up at council. If it's that huge of a, deal, we will, but we're just asking to be informed.
Yep, and
It's not like I don't tell my better half not to go out and buy things. But like, if it's over a certain amount, I want to at least be informed, and I know you're listening, dear, sorry.
is it a
Get
$50,000
home.
threshold for you too? Gotcha, okay, fair enough, yeah. Well,
If I come home and there's a new Tesla in the
Gotcha.
driveway, I
Fair
should have
enough.
been told about
fair
it.
enough.
City manager and Carl. So what I'm hearing is, and I think it's a legitimate request that city council members who are going to be confronted by the public should be as well informed as possible. And I think that this process does not interfere with staff's execution of the project, nor does it have anything to do with their origination of the project or bids or anything else. But I think it is a fair request through the city manager that we be updated when we have passed through the previously approved contingency. I don't think that's an unreasonable request, because I would think that would be part of city council's kind of due diligence. I mean, we have no other way to kind of keep up or keep track. Here's the problem. So we hear about projects after they've run afoul, after they've run into a problem. Now, the problem may be very, very legitimate. I'm not questioning that. But we also are the communicators to the public. So if we had some more information, we might be able to champion the project and explain what the cause or the reason it went over the agreed to amount. And I think with a responsibility to communicate to the public, I think it's a fair request. And I don't think it descends into inside your department to micromanagement. It's really just, it's a communication, and that's kind of the way I see it, which I think is fairly requested. Do you have any comments, city manager, on that?
I do,
Please.
just a few. So first of all, heard clearly and waiting for action today to secure what council wants from a communication standpoint. The second and third item, I would say that previous city council has expected updates from our staff. It's been actually a priority in the past. So we're more than absolutely in support of providing updates to city council. And also, the third item is that we know the public is eager to know what's happening in their backyard. We have a wonderful map viewer that's available to the public that actually gives a status to every capital project that we have underway. It provides a percent complete, what we've gotten accomplished, pictures, all these things. So we know it's important to update the public on what we're doing from our capital improvement program. Absolutely. I would say that I'm happy to provide the updates. What I do fear is a opportunity to derail the project, possibly. And this is in the area of the city that floods. Bird of Paradise area, and this improvement will help capacity. So I just worry about that in the future. I just feel an obligation to express that as well.
So do you want to make a motion at this point so that we're all clear where we're at, Councilperson Pontieri?
Did you want to say something,
Can I just say something?
Go ahead, if
So
you want
I
to get it
think
first.
that, I think providing the city manager with direction through consensus, that you want to be informed as far as the standard that you discussed, when a request comes in, when a request comes in for over $50,000, that will dip into the contingency for a change order, and when for over $50,000, the city manager will make
$50,000 beyond the contingency.
No.
No.
Dipping into the contingency at 50,000 or more. It doesn't need our approval, doesn't need a vote, just put it on the sheet at the next workshop or business meeting, whatever it may be, so that we know, just so that we know. So that,
want to be updated.
Just
for that.
updated.
So
That's
I
it.
think that can come from direction from city council with consensus.
Okay.
I don't think it has to be wrapped up into a motion where we're approving you know, the agreement with the contractor, because the contractor can't be held to that, you know, under the current terms. So I think that's, as part of your, we should do consensus first. If we don't have it already, we should do consensus first, and then a motion can be made.
So I believe, so we have consensus. So city manager, you're basically, what you're being asked to do is share information that you're going to already know because you're going to be updated by your staff. I mean, that's kind of where it is. So I believe we do have consensus and provide direction for us to be updated as council you just said. So with that, I will open up.
Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, because I think we don't have to, I don't need clarification.
And is that notification via email or at the end of council meeting?
The same way the sole source would be, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, we have the sole source thing in the back of the packet.
Sure.
Yeah, same way.
Good. So with that, I would open up the item for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. And now, are there any additional questions now? Is everybody clear?
I do. Yep, just one.
Please.
And just real fast, I just wanted to thank Carmelo for being incredibly blunt with us. I think that type of feedback is actually very, very needed. It's essential. That type of feedback is very constructive, and as a council, I'm proud that we were all very, I wanted to use the word adult enough, but we're able to take that to heart, and I don't want anybody to ever fear what they're saying to the council up here, because sometimes we need to hear it, and this situation I think is a great one where we're going to have additional oversight, and it's going to help educate the council, and I just want to make sure there was never any trepidation about giving it to us straight.
Right, and through city manager to Carmelo, it truly gives each of us as city council members an opportunity to talk to the public about what you're running into, what your difficulties are, the hard work that's being put in. It gives us a chance to champion your department as well. So I think that we can turn this into a plus so that the entire city, both staff and city council, are talking about the projects in the same way in a timely basis. I think that closes a little bit of a communication gap that has perhaps tripped us up a little bit in the past. So I think we should look forward to a little smoother path in the future.
And I'm all for that, updates, transparency, that I don't have any issues at all. My main concern was potential delays,
Understood.
right?
So with that, I would ask for a motion now.
I'll make the motion, but just really quickly, Carmelo, I appreciate all the work that you do. It's not that we want to micromanage. I certainly don't want that. I don't need more work on my plate. But currently, right now, with the sentiment specifically surrounding finances, and this is just, I think, a product of what's going on nationally as well. It's just incumbent, I think, more incumbent upon us to just really, really be diligent, and that's all. It has nothing to do with you or your department or you personally, and I second Councilman Clufus's comments. With that, I'll make the motion to approve.
So I have a motion from Councilperson Pontieri to approve, and I have a second from Vice Mayor Danko. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Kaylee. Very good. All right. With that, we now move to resolution number 10.
You got it. This is a resolution concerning the Community Development Block Grant Fiscal Year 2023 Annual Action Plan. A resolution of the City of Palm Coast, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the Community Development Block Grant Program Fiscal Year 2023-2024 Annual Action Plan, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and an effective date.
So, Mr. Papa, you went through your presentation at the last meeting. I think we actually spoke about the portions of the pie and the allocation. Are there any changes or updates that you'd like to share?
There are no changes to the apportionment of the pie, as you put it.
Are there any remaining questions from City Council from our last presentation? No. So I will open the item up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item on the agenda at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, come back to the dais. Is there any final discussion?
So I would ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, bless you, Danko, to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
I have a second from Councilperson Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We now move to number 11.
That's correct. This is a resolution regarding the nuisance abatement final assessment resolution, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, relating to nuisance abatement within the incorporated area of the city, providing authority and definitions, creating the nuisance abatement service area, confirming the initial assessment resolution, approving the nuisance abatement assessment role, providing for the imposition of the nuisance abatement assessments, providing for collection of the assessments pursuant to the Uniform Assessment Collection Act, providing for the effect of this resolution, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, with that, ladies, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Today's agenda item relates to the 2023 nuisance abatement final assessment. This is required by law to conduct the initial assessment hearing and final assessment hearing. The list has been updated, and those that have paid is ready for transmission to go to the tax collector. No other changes have been made. Would you like to see the presentation again? You have seen it both on July 11th and July 18th.
I'll ask City Council, are you familiar with the package and the agenda? That's good.
Just one thing that I will,
Let's go
I
from
will
the
say
top
that
now.
we
Okay.
did, since the last meeting, we have received $26,190 from the residents prior to going to the tax collector.
City Council does not require another review of the presentation, so that's the only change since we last spoke?
That is correct.
Very good. So if there are no questions from City Council, I will ask if there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this issue at this time. Seeing nobody come forward, I'll close public comment. I don't see any additional discussion, so I would ask for a motion.
So moved.
So I have a motion from Councilperson Clufus. Is there a second? I have a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. We now move to resolution number 12.
This is a resolution relating to consultant services to complete a transportation impact fee study and update the impact fee schedule. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a contract with Lassiter Transportation Group in the amount of $152,357.10 for services to complete a transportation impact fee study and update the impact fee schedule. Comprehensive plan authorizing the city manager to execute said agreement, providing for severability, conflicts, implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Tyner.
Thank you. Chief Development Officer Raymond Tyner. This is our transportation impact fee study. Recently, we also heard from City Council about reevaluating and looking at our impact fees to see if they're relevant for today's time. So our comp plan actually requires a update every 5 years as part of our transportation impact fee and looking. So today, Mr. Fong Nguyen, our transportation planner, senior planner for the city, will give the presentation to look at updating our impact fees. And a component of this too, it's a really good timing that, the modeling that's going to be taking place as part of this update is going to also be utilized for our transportation element and some of that data for our comp plan. So it kills two birds with one stone. So
Actually, probably three birds. So in addition to the comp plan, so you've heard from City Council today that there is some special interest in the affordability of housing. So transportation would play right into that role as well, because you can't have housing affordability without providing some form of transportation as well. I think they kind of go together in a grand scheme of a plan. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council Member. Fong Nguyen, again, Senior Transportation Planner with the Community Development Department. This is a resolution for a contract with Lassiter Transportation Group to conduct a transportation impact fee study update, and as the result of that, it will come back to you in a form of a fee schedule recommendation. My presentation will follow this outline to provide you the background and purpose, objectives, tasks, and a schedule. During the last 12 months or so, we have went out and request for statements of qualification, we came back that Lassiter Transportation Group, LTG, has been selected for the work. The purpose of this is to look at when we have impositions of fees, we have to basically provide to look at the development imposed on any development for fees. The purpose is to accommodate the development's impact and look at the public facilities or services. And the fees are collected to fund capacity improvements such as additional lanes and new roads, such as what Mr. Carco had alluded to, example for Old Kings Road and Belterre intersection improvements. And fees may not be used for maintenance projects such as resurfacing of roadways or replacement of damaged traffic equipment. We also collect other infrastructure fees as well, such as fire and rescue, parks, and also for other agencies, schools, impact fee, law enforcement, and emergency services, and libraries. But today, we are talking about just the transportation impact fee. The objective is that part of our Code of Ordinance recommends an update to our impact fee study every 5 years. The last impact fee study was conducted in 2018, and this is the 5th year into that program. So it is we're coming back to you for an update. The fee schedule is adjusted annually based on FDOT Construction Index, and the 5-year study and review is necessary to ensure most legally defensible impact fee schedule and to meet Florida statutes. So the reason behind this is that impact fee study establishes a relationship or link between traffic generated by new development and the need to accommodate additional improvements. That's called essential nexus. Additionally, impact fees must be proportionate to share of capital improvement needs attributed to new development. It's called rough proportionality. So the purpose of that statute requires that it ensures that impact generated development does not pay more than its proportionate share of capital transportation improvements, so that we can establish a legally defensible fee schedule. The study will analyze the following impacts on the transportation capital improvement schedule. It will look at changes in capacity and facility needs. And it will look at the cost assumptions. So again, you can see that within the last 3 years or so, the pricing is very volatile. From my understanding, previous 4 year, the cost of a lane mile went from anywhere from $3 million per lane mile to about $10 million per lane mile. Depends on locations. So the study will analyze as well is the land use characteristics, and that will be very helpful for us to do the comprehensive plan update. And it will also look at projected growth, not only within the city, but outside the city, impacting the city as well. And this is part of the impact fee study task. There are 7 of them. Basically, will update and refinement of land uses, development of capacity needs, development of capacity improvement schedule, update the cost of additional roadway capacity, comparison of impact fee schedule, and review of existing ordinance, community outreach, public participation, and collaboration with stakeholders. Lassiter Transportation Group, LTG, was the one that conducted the study back in 2018. Now they are also the selected consulting for this time. It will take approximately about 12 months to complete the process. And then after that, we'll come back with a recommended fee schedule. And at that time, you have options to consider. And with that, I'm open for questions. And Mr. Sands Laster is present here as well, if you have any questions.
I have none.
I would just like to clarify one more thing on the use of the word affordable housing and what it has to do in respect to transportation. Affordable housing to me is affordable housing which is affordable by anyone in any income bracket, which is, what it says to me is that if I can afford to buy this house, it's affordable to me. Now, if you're speaking of low-income housing in respect to the need for transportation, then I can see it from that perspective. But again, when I talk about workforce housing, most people that are working and have two incomes coming into their family, they have transportation. Most of them have cars. They just can't afford to purchase a home on top of that. So I just wanted to make that very clear because I have very strong feelings about how that is used. Workforce housing is for working people that live in this community and need housing so that they can live in this community, work in this community, and afford to live here. So I just wanted to make that clear. And transportation, I can understand the need for it with low-income housing and possibly disabled individuals that might need public transportation. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I thank you. And if I could just add to that also, so some elderly. I know that we have a significant population of elderly folks that are looking for safe transportation to be able to get to and from, medical appointments and things like that. So it becomes a part of our overall plan. And I did have a question. The roadways that are going to be studied, can you tell me what roadways those are? Give me a general definition of what roadways are to be studied. I'm sorry, let me tell you the reason I'm asking. Some of the newer communities will be responsible for installing their own infrastructure and maintaining their own infrastructure with regard to roads. So are those part of the study or not part of the study as we look forward into the future?
The roadways that we will be we'll look at are existing collector roads, major collector roads, and arterials that currently the city is maintaining. However, we would also look at state roads in order to identify for any type of improvements, and we will look into that as well. But for example, like subdivision collector, such as the one that I presented to you, the Coquina Shores, that collector road, we're not going to look into
You're not,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I understand.
Correct, yeah.
I have no question.
Additional questions?
Is a year a standard timeline for something like this?
Yes, approximately, based on my experience, I have done at least 4 for the St. Johns County in my previous employment. Yeah, it would take minimum a year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Nope, I have none.
So I would open up the item for the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment, and I would ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
So I have a motion from the Vice Mayor to approve and a second from Councilperson Clufus. I guess all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor, we'll move on to number 13, is it?
Yep, 13. A resolution concerning Old Kings Road Special Assessment Roll to be transmitted to the Flagler County Tax Collector. A resolution of the City Council of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the fiscal year 2023-2024 non-ad valorem assessment roll for the Old Kings Road Special Assessment District, directing certification of the assessment roll to the Flagler County Tax Collector and providing an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Shannon Boone, Chief Accountant. The item in front of you today is for approval of the annual special assessment roll for the Old Kings Road Taxing District. The annual assessment is for repayment of the road improvements associated with Old Kings Road Phase 1 project. The assessment was first added to the tax roll in 2013 and will remain for a period of 30 years. It is expected to be repaid by 2043. Once approved, the city clerk will send the resolution to the tax collector. Are there any questions?
Nobody?
None. Nailed it. Very good.
Very good. No questions?
No question.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would open up the item to the public for any members of the public that would like to comment or ask questions on this item at this time. So seeing none, I will close public comment, and if there's no further discussion by City Council, I'd ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion by the Vice Mayor to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, now we move on to number 14.
A resolution regarding Firehouse Subs Public Safety Grant. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a Firehouse Subs Public Safety Grant for Polaris Ranger Crew XP 1000 with lights and siren kit for $34,881.33. Authorizing the city manager or designee to execute said contract, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us here today. Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Department Fire Chief. And we're here to celebrate another grant win for the Palm Coast Fire Department. As you heard Nasa describing, we were successful in winning a grant from the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Grant Foundation. Firehouse Subs is actually kind of a local business. They're based in Northeast Florida out of Jacksonville, and their model is franchisees. So we have 2 local franchisees who are supporter of this grant, one at Palm Coast Parkway in Belterre and one along State Road 100 close to the airport. And essentially what this grant does is it replaces our MERV unit. You've seen those MERV units at high school football or lacrosse games where we provide public safety or EMS for that, but also at our community events such as like the 4th of July fireworks event or many of the events that you see in Town Center. Additionally, we sometimes use those MERVs to help us respond along the trail system, places where fire engines can't go. And so if we have a person in a place where we saw that we've had a gap for a long time, is our ability to go off-road in any standpoint. We essentially purchased our original MERVs that we purchased in 2006. Were golf carts that were very good on like a high school football field or a hard paved road. But this is what's, I believe, known as a side-by-side. And so it's able to go a little bit more, it's a little more versatile. And this is 100% funded by the Firehouse Subs Foundation. And we have to give huge credit to Lieutenant Patrick Giuliano, who's here today, to answer any technical questions, because Pat took this grant from stem to stern, from cradle to the grave here for us. And in addition to, just to recognize Lieutenant Giuliano, he's our public information officer. He's just one of our key employees who does so much. He's been heading up our grant program. Many of the great things you see from our department on social media where Pat was there. He finds ways to make time to be there when we have a big incident so we can keep the public informed. In addition to that, he's protecting the south end of the city, this city hall right now, and where my kids sleep. So I really appreciate Lieutenant Giuliano and everything he does for the department. The grant, what we're asking you to approve is $34,881 to purchase the Polaris unit. We'll receive the funding from the Firehouse Subs Foundation, and it'll give us some opportunity. Actually, we ran a call on the Graham Swamp Trail recently where access was an issue. We figured it out, but this would have been a great tool to have at that time.
Very good. So we certainly owe Patrick a huge vote of thanks for doing all the work in advance of getting the win on this very much. So are there any questions from City Council on this?
I would just say to our city manager, the next time we order food, we might want to consider Firehouse subs. Their products are excellent.
I know that the city manager
Come
feels the
back
same
in-
way,
in
Vice
that
Mayor.
way.
She's told me.
Anyone else?
I would just say that it's great. I always round up when I go to Firehouse Subs, and this is a direct result of that, and I'm thankful
Very
to
nice.
Patrick. Thank you very much for all the hard work, and Chief Berryhill, thank you.
Super. So I would open this item up to the public. If there is anyone that would like to comment at this time, please come forward. And seeing no one to come forward, I'll close public comment. Any final comments? Again, just
thank you.
heartfelt thanks.
Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
And you can thank him with a motion.
I will make a motion to
I have a
approve.
motion from Councilperson Pontieri and a second from Vice Mayor Danko. All in favor, please acknowledge with a high, hearty yes. Yay.
Yes.
Yay. Okay.
Excellent.
Any
Thank
opposed?
you.
Very good.
Passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you again.
Yes, sir. And as we get, as we take delivery of this, we'll certainly have an event where all of you will be invited to accept this award and recognize
Very
our local
nice.
franchisees. Thank you.
We now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items within the consent agenda that council would like to comment on in advance?
I just want to really quickly comment on the sheriff's contract. You know, I know that it's an increase, and we've had some public comment on that, but, you know, the sheriff's office does an excellent job. Specifically lately, they've encountered some tough situations. We had a homicide, which is pretty rare, thank God, for our city. And then also, Deputy Gaddy really stepped up and engaged in a life-saving action by administering Narcan when one of our deputies came into contact with fentanyl. So we clearly have a very high-quality sheriff's office, and I'm happy to see that contract get added to our consent agenda and get approved today.
Thank you for that. So if there are no other questions or comments regarding the consent agenda, I would open the consent agenda up to the public. If anyone would like to comment on the consent agenda at this time, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I will close the item for public comment, and I would ask,
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor to approve.
Second.
A second from Councilperson Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion
Do you have to
passes
count?
unanimously.
Very good. We move down now to the final item of public participation, and we have a participator.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Gene Dowd, Palm Coast resident. As always, thank you to every first responder on all levels. I want to take my time. I don't want to be going too quick. It's obvious that the Sunshine Law works in Palm Coast. If you go by what happened here today and what happened here last week, the back and forth between city council members, because they don't discuss outside this hall. I mean, 7.5 hours later, 5.5 today, I'm sorry to hold you up. It obviously works. I have just one question, and I'll give you the background. About 18 months ago or so, the city lawyer was criticized, the former city lawyer, I should say, and he gave a good description of what his responsibility is. And I'm a little confused. I thought it was that he sits there, or the city council sits there and represents the citizens. They don't represent the council members. And in the last month, twice the city council councilor, this time today, was cut off again. When she was about to give the explanation on the first item on the agenda, she never got to give that. I'd like to understand, if we go back to the first item on the agenda today, I'm sorry, I'm losing it here. Wow, did I lose time already? And
Woods, was it Seminole Woods?
Seminole Woods, thank you. And she was about to give that explanation, and Mayor, I don't think you meant to cut her off, but the Vice Mayor was talking, and it got lost. I'd like to understand that, A, and I do have a card, and I'll leave it. What is the responsibility of the city attorney? Does she represent the citizens? So when she's giving an explanation, it's for us to understand it? Or is she representing you, the individual members of the council?
So I think it's a fair question. Let me start. The city attorney is hired by and works for the city council. And then I'll let the counselor go ahead with the rest of the job description, if you will.
Sure. I represent the city council as a whole collegial body, not as the city council members individually. Our office also provides direction and legal support to all the departments at the city, and to staff members that have questions and things like that. We don't represent the citizens. We're not legal counsel for the citizens. We're legal counsel for the city as a whole.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to have a final comment today? Seeing none come forward, I will close public comment, and we move to city council members. Any final comments for today?
I just have a question for our city manager, because I've been asked by several of our residents. When will the sign ordinance be coming back to council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I think it's November, December when we bring it for workshop, before the end of the calendar year.
Thank you.
Councilperson Pontieri?
Thank you. I just want to give a DJJ update. There's a youth safety forum that is going to focus on helping youth and families understand the dangers of online predators and social media. That is on, pardon me, I lost it. 10/31, and you can access it online. And there's a flyer for it. I'll give it to our communications team to put out there, but I did want to update. We don't have another meeting until November. So that's the DJJ Council update. We talked about a noise study earlier with BOCC for the airport, but I think we would need to maybe ask the county, like send them a formal letter asking them to do an FAA study. Would that be the proper mechanism? I'm just trying to get clarity.
Sure. So I'd like to just reflect that you're going to have representatives here in October, and our staff would work directly with airport representatives to get a gauge on what that looks like. So let us kind of work with them directly, and we'll be prepared to bring you an update.
So that specifically an FAA noise study would be on in that presentation?
We can address that during that presentation.
Great,
yes.
perfect. Okay, I appreciate that clarity. And then the last thing is, in order to give staff enough time to adjust the budget, I do want to make a motion to move $2.5 million that was dedicated to the MOC from the general fund to our streets improvement plan or pavement management program. I've looked at the figures and confirmed figures with Mr. Cody. We're rolling over about $6.5 million from last year's budget into the MOC this year. We've dedicated another $2.5 million plus another $100,000 from other more restricted funds to put towards the MOC. Plus we have a very likely $4 million coming from land sales that are going into the MOC. I support the project, obviously, but I think that when we have restricted monies, such as stormwater, utility, things like that, that specifically can be put towards the MOC, whereas we can't put those monies towards our roads, but we can put monies from the general fund towards roads. I think that it's incumbent upon us to do that because we know our roads are failing. We know we don't have the money otherwise to fund them, and according to the presentation or what we heard last week from Mr. Cody, with the current monies that we have in our pavement improvement program, we can only do arterial roads. And in a city with 1,200 roads, only doing the arterials is not sufficient. We're just going to keep falling further and further behind. So I'm making a motion that we move that $2.5 million over to our street improvement or pavement management program so that we can address some of our collector roads and our neighborhood roads in the next fiscal year.
I'm seconding that motion.
Okay, so there's a second, so I can begin discussion now. My first question would be, are we a little bit premature in your motion? I think the way we left the discussion at the last meeting was each of us was going to get an invitation and go out and visit the, the current, the current situation out at where the mock will be and the safety accompanied by that. I myself have not been able to get out there yet. I don't know if any of you have done that, but
Out there before about
so,
a year and a half
well,
ago.
okay, so I have not, so I'm thinking the motion is, I'm not suggesting it's wrong, but I'm not prepared to vote in favor of it yet because I haven't had a chance to go follow up from what we said we would do at the last meeting. But that's just one comment, so other comments and discussion?
I would like to ask, if we were able to acquire those funds, would those funds or some part of those funds go towards residential roads?
Yes, that's what and that's what, and Mr. Cody, I won't speak for you, but that was the intended goal, because right now, none of our, we don't have the budget to improve any of our residential roadways.
Yeah, we just got updates from the state, and the projected sales tax, the revenue that goes into the Streets Improvement Fund is actually lower than what I had presented. So if we added funds to that, we would probably need to put some or most of that towards arterial roadways if we wanted to maintain them at our current PCI. So could they go towards residential? You know, it's a give and take. You know, if you want the arterials to slip a little bit, we could do some residential. And I also want to provide clarification on the mock. We do have dedicated enterprise funds going on that, but we can't use them only for a certain allocation. So right now, it's based on the equipment percentage, because the first phase is the fleet facility. So based on the number and value of the pieces of equipment, finance calculated in appropriation allocation percentage. So utilities roughly 25%, stormwater is roughly 25%, and that other 50% needs to come from general fund, capital projects fund, some other source. So we can't just take the money away and then make stormwater utility pay more, because they can't. We can't, that'd be a misuse of those funds, because they have to be, you know, we have to somehow have some genesis or, you know, allocation as to how that split was determined. So I just wanted to, and if the $2.5 million goes away, it would probably more than likely delay the mock, you know, 1 year, just because we'd have to generate more sales tax dollars to make up that general fund loss for that, their percentage of the match. So yes, both projects need funding. Both will have an impact, so, you know, that's...
The reason why I made mention of that is because I took the time out, I believe it was Friday. I was asked by a constituent, which was actually outside of my district, to drive through their area and look at the roadways there and the condition of the road. So that's why I asked that question, because there is a huge concern in that area about the deterioration of the roads there.
You know, in the presentation, you know, so right now, our current funding, we're hoping to be able to maintain our arterials. And then we needed $4.5 million per year to do our residential roads. So over the next 5 years, you're talking $22.5 million. So yes, this $2.5 million would have initial little benefit, but we're not solving the problem at hand necessarily unless we dedicate millage or...
But we are making the situation a little better by paving as much as we can.
Every little bit helps.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
I have to stop you. I'm not sure that's what I just heard. What I just heard was the monies that we were going to receive from the gas tax were less than we had projected, and therefore this allocation would not extend into the neighborhood roadways unless we sacrificed some of the initial repair on the arterials. Is that what I heard?
I mean, obviously those projections are updated every year. So we use a projection, then we have a, you know, based on past increases, that's factored into what the future year's revenues will be.
Right.
So right now, they came in less than what they told us last year. So I believe it won't eat up that full $2.5 million over the 5-year plan. So I'd have to recheck the figures. I didn't run that math, but I don't think it's going to be that full $2.5 million. So we could definitely put all that $2.5 million to residential, some of that towards, you know, maybe some global treatments, maybe we do $1 million of global treatments or something. You know, we can come back to you with a plan and say, hey, we want to spend some of that money in residential, and we can look at the numbers and come up with a plan and, you know, present that to council.
Carl, kind of look at the worst roads first, right?
Well, the microservicing, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to get the roads that are on the edge of needing milling and resurfacing. So you can get another 6, 8 years out of those. So you're going to want to get the ones that are a little bit below average, but right before they need to be milled and resurfaced. So we're going to have to work with Transmap, identify those roads, you know, identify them. It's going to take some time, but we will, you know, that's something that could be done. But we want to target a dollar amount. Or we could just say, hey, what roads, you know, in the next couple of years are in that range, and maybe it's only $1 million worth of roads. Maybe we don't have $2.5 million of global treatment roads that are near that, you know, category.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we use all $2.5 million towards residential. I want to be very clear on that. You know, obviously that's within your discretion with regards to how you think the monies would be best spent. My point is, and I think it's even furthered by the fact that we're getting less money for road improvement than we thought we were going to get, is the monies that we can put towards the MOC are very restricted. So as we get monies and enter into, you know, different funds like stormwater, those can go to MOC, whereas general fund monies are they're much more flexible. So if we can take general fund monies, put them towards our roads, we can't keep ignoring it. I understand it's not going to fix the problem, but we're just getting in a deeper hole, full pun intended, and we just got to address our roads, and especially since we're getting less than anticipated, I think this money should go towards the pavement.
I have just a couple more things to, no more questions for you.
Can we finish this
Oh,
one
yeah.
topic?
Okay, I'm sorry.
For sure, no, you're good,
Only
absolutely.
because,
Oh, no,
because
that's
a
okay.
motion was requested,
okay.
so let's stick with that, and then we'll get.
Okay, that's fine.
So I was also under the assumption that we were going to get back some details about the impact long-term of the $2.5 million leaving the maintenance operation center. In my opinion, this is something that we have as a council for quite a while now been trying to fund, and I don't want to call it the easy way out, but delaying funding the MOC is something, in my opinion, that we could have done in my time as council in the previous 6 years, and we could have, you know, also like Councilman Danko, a few years ago, we had to tap into our emergency funds that, you know, to make up the difference in our general fund. And these are things that I don't want to set a precedent for doing because we have set direction. Now, I'm understanding that if it's the council's will and direction, I'm not going to burn all my political capital on something that is unanimous besides I, but I would just like to express for sure that we've had to make hard decisions over the past 6, 7 years to continue to ensure that we funded these things because they're of utmost importance, not only to our staff, but it will have impacts as we continue to grow. The MOC is something that's essential today, but it's even more essential tomorrow. And I think we've done a good job as a council trying to be diligent and to make sure that we have made hard decisions, but we were still able to continue our efforts towards funding this MOC. And I wouldn't be supportive of taking the MOC money and putting it towards our paving program, only because I think in the long term, which I'm quite certain we've heard, is that it will be a short-term fix to improve these arterial roads. They won't be the worst roads that are being impacted first. Like Carl said, it is actually just trying to keep the PCI or the level of service up to a certain criteria. So I'm just having a difficult time in the long haul. This isn't going to save us any money, which I think we've heard in the long-term paving process. Doing these microfills and things are still going to require remilling at the end of the day, so we're just pushing that a little bit further down the road. But I am understanding that our roads absolutely do need to be paid attention to, and that's something that, fortunately or unfortunately, residents are able to feel, and I understand that it's something that's a little bit easier of a talking point because people can see that your funds are going to repave your roads. But the funding that goes to the MOC doesn't have that luxury, and that's something that creates a inequality for us up here because we're defending something that is going to be benefiting the city in the future, and that's a much harder position to take. I just wanted to express my opinion. I completely respect everyone's opinion up here, and I just wanted to express how sitting on this council for all these years funding the MOC, why I am in the field of trying to continue that effort.
And I understand that. Just to really quickly to respond to that, Councilman Clufus, one of the things that we're also doing is asking the state for appropriations for this. So, and while it's not my top priority, support that and hope that, we can't depend on it, but hope that we get some of those monies because it is a necessity. But we're looking at, I think a longer-term project that the first phase, much of it has been paid for. We do have things that have already been funded, so it's underway. The project itself right now isn't being delayed. I understand that this could result in a delay, but pushing off our roads is going to cost us a lot more money in the long run too. So, hopefully we can get appropriations. We're not asking for appropriations for our collector roads, our neighborhood roads, anything like that. So again, when we're looking at the buckets to kind of choose from, it's more limited for our pavement management where it's not, I don't think, with the MOC. So I respect that opinion. I think that we are still moving towards completion of the maintenance operations complex, but we're doing it in a different way, and these monies should just be used for roads.
So Carl, you had something you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the state appropriation will actually be for the Phase 2 portion of the project that's going to house the EOC.
Right.
So that's a future 5-year plus part of the project. So whether we have appropriations or not, it would restrict, it's not going to factor in this first Phase 1. And this Phase 1 is going to include the fleet facility, and with the enhanced stormwater, we're adding equipment. We've added equipment over the past years. This project started, I think it was 2017. It has been underway a long time. Right now, we have the utility funding in place or under rate study analysis. So what would be holding it up would be the general fund match of the project moving forward, whether we break it up. But I just wanted to point that out, that the appropriation, it won't be tied to this, and this first phase includes a fleet facility, and that's our most limited operation out there at Public Works. You've seen them under tents, you've seen them out on blocks in the yard, trying to work on the vehicles. It's just, they're way beyond their ability to perform and service the vehicles at that facility now. So that's just, I just wanted to throw that out there,
So
remind
I
you.
appreciate that. As a final comment, so staff and all of their departments presented us with the original allocation, which we did not include this division of the 2.5 and the 2.5. So I do respect the urgency. I also respect the safety element that was discussed at the last meeting. So I will stand behind staff in their original presentation. So I would, I would be on the no side of the vote, but respecting each of your opinions. So with that said, I would go ahead and call the vote. Does this item have to go out to the public? It's a public comment.
Well, we're on council member comments right now, on a non-agenda. We can go out just to be sure.
Does anyone in the public have a comment to make at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. And I'll go ahead and ask for, if there's no other discussion, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Sure. Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Nay.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
And no.
The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. All right, so now, if we may continue.
Oh, okay. So I just had a couple of things that I wanted to make mention of because they came from my constituents in my district, and one of them was the overflowing garbage on Pine Lakes Parkway, and also the grass is very high. And I also drove down Whiteville, and I pass through there quite often because they're en route to me going home. And I noticed that the grass was really high there, so it's become a concern of individuals in my district. So I wanted to bring that up to see if that might be able to be addressed. And the other thing was, I also had one of the very same constituents. She was trying to get through to City Hall, and she was never able to get through. And I know she tried for 2 days, so I did suggest to her trying Palm Coast Connect. So I don't know if we need to look at that because it is difficult. I tried to get through also at the same time, and I wasn't able to get through. So those were just a few of the concerns, and I think that was it. But she actually sent me a picture of the garbage cans on Pine Lakes Parkway, and it was really bad. So I think these are things that we need to look at and address them. Thank you.
Councilman, any final comments? So I would then move to, everybody's had a shot? Yep. So I would move to City Council.
I have nothing.
Okay, and City Manager.
Yes, I have a few items, but I'd like to respect Councilmember Hyder's questions today. If I could ask Matt Mansell, our Public Works Director, these matters have been frequently coming to my attention about the mowing schedule, but there's some factors we'd like to share with you on the nature of the environment that we're dealing with right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bevan. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. So I do share your concerns. This time of year, we refer to it as our peak growing season. And I've spoken to you in the past about what our normal rotation timelines are, averaging around 6 weeks on our mowing rotations throughout the city. However, this time of year, we really accelerate that. We have staff working 6 days a week, extended hours, and we are averaging around 2.5 weeks to 3 weeks rotation, but that obviously just does not keep up with the mowing, the grass height this time of year. So I also have experienced quite a few staff shortages. I'm down one of our litter pickup employees, and quite a few of our median detail and right-of-way mowing positions are vacant right now. So, you know, we're conducting interviews and hiring for those as fast as we can. I would expect to, just a word of caution, going into next year, we've reduced or eliminated some of our overtime and our overhire positions. So this time of year is just going to be very difficult for those areas.
I understand, and also with the rain, but thank you for sharing that, and
of course,
I will definitely let my constituents know.
Do we have any public notification of this type of, just, you know, keeping the public on notice from our communications team that, hey, we know that this is an issue, but if you look at your own grass in your own front yard, it grows a lot faster too. Just to kind of aid your department, because I know you hear it, I hear it, we probably all hear it, but it's just the nature of the beast this time of year.
Yes, ma'am. We do put out some, but I can work with our communications department to increase that outreach.
Yeah, I think that would help.
Yep.
And Ms. Hyder, you also referenced the challenge of contacting City Hall. So if a resident contacts our customer service and there is an option where they don't have to stay on the line, they can actually elect for a call back.
Okay.
And that's one of the options as well to share with your residents of who you talk to.
I will do that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We can also give, if you want to give him Jason's number directly there in the back, that would totally be fine too, any time of day or night. Perfect.
And I apologize, we have a few more items that I'd like to share with you. First of all, as part of your packet, we talked about it earlier, emergency sole source items. Any questions on that today? Okay, very good. I have an update that I think is very important for you to be aware of and to benefit when you're talking to the residents. We have a major road closure that's going to happen starting on Monday. And I like to just read through these items to make sure I cover the extent of what we're dealing with. I want to extend first words of support to our field staff and all the proactive measures that they take to ensure safety in ways that our residents don't see every day. During a recent stormwater inspection, a failing culvert was identified that could cause catastrophic damage to Pine Lakes Parkway. These proactive efforts are critical to supporting the vast infrastructure across the city, so our staff is taking immediate action. On Monday, August 21st at 7 a.m., we will be shutting down Pine Lakes Parkway closest to the southern entrance to Wellington Drive. This closure is scheduled for the entire week. This is a matter of public safety, so crews will be acting fast, and even in this heat, they'll be working on 12-hour shifts. Road barricades, detour signs, digital message boards, and light-up signs are now being placed on Pine Lakes Parkway.
They're already there.
There you go. Both north and south of Wellington Drive to give residents plenty of time. And I'll just gently note that we take these closures extremely seriously, and we have a robust communications strategy that even sends direct emails to residents that are going to be affected. So just want to put that in front. We are doing everything we can to minimize the disruption, but this is really a top priority for us right now. And any questions on that before I move to my last item? Very good. So, last but not least, I would like to take a moment to use this part of the agenda to celebrate accomplishments of our staff and reflect on our organization's commitment to succession planning. It is my pleasure today to formally recognize the promotion of Ms. Kaylee Cook to City of Palm Coast City Clerk. Ms. Cook has done an outstanding job in this role, which she has occupied for some time. Congratulations, Kaylee. Kaylee, I would like, if City Council's pleasure, I would like to have you come to the podium. I know you have a special guest here that probably wants to share the moment with you.
Would you like to say something?
Sure. No, I just want to thank everyone for their support, especially Ms. Bevan, Ms. Johnston, all of the directors, and just all of the staff members who have helped me get to this point through my certified municipal clerk designation, which we celebrated here a couple of months ago, and just the continued support that I have from everyone. I really appreciate it, and I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys.
If I could just add briefly, so Kaylee has gone through more than just an intensive, but a very long-term training to arrive at this moment today. So I want everyone to understand that this has been a commitment and a dedication on her part to rise to this level today, and we're merely acknowledging all of the hard work that she put in and is able now to give back to us at the city. So congratulations. Thank you. Very good. You good? Want to get everybody?
Kathy just stepped away.
While we're waiting for I neglected in my final closing comments to thank Mr. Dowd for correcting me. I do apologize. It would never be my intention to speak over, but in my effort to maintain decorum, sometimes it gets a little bit ahead of me. So I appreciate the correction, and I'll do my best not to repeat that. So thank you.
You're welcome to tap dancer. We can do all of those. Do you know what you call a beehive without an exit? Unbelievable. Do you know what you call a fish with no eyes?
What do you like read the Laffy Taffy rappers or what?
You know, all superheroes don't contribute their verbs, but Scooby-Doo.
That's an intelligent joke.
Right? It takes a second to get that. I like it. Yeah. I love telling dad jokes. Sometimes he even laughs.
My dad's favorite is, what did the male mushroom say to the female mushroom?
Ooh.
Go out with me. I'm a fun guy.
Nailed it. Like this.
Yeah, there's another version of
That's a counselor thing.
Okay. I'm going to go stand over here.
Haley, you're working with me.
Absolutely.
You have no idea what we've had to endure. Let's go right ahead.
Congratulations.
So with that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Yay.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned.
Got it, yeah.
celebrity back of the gavel.